This talk is going to be focusing on Genesis and science. God has given us two books of revelation, the book of nature and the book of scripture. And we do it reasons to believe as we use the book of nature to bring people to the book of scripture. But what's interesting about the first few chapters of Genesis, it comes under more assault and ridicule than any other chapters in the entire Bible. In fact, for the past 120 years, theologians have seen Genesis and nature as being in complete conflict with one another. For example, you have Franz Delitzsch, the German theologian writing in the 19th century, quote, "All attempts to harmonize our biblical story of the creation of the world with the results of natural science have been useless and must always be so." And now the theologians are being joined by leading scientists. So for example, you have Darrell Falk writing in a paper, Genesis 1 ought not to be taken as a literal account of all material reality. Or Dennis Alexander in his book Creation Revolution, he says those who maintain the historical view of Genesis 1 are embarrassing and bring the gospel into disrepute. Now, the problem with taking that approach to the early chapters of Genesis, I know of no other chapters in the entire Bible that read more like an account of actual historical events than these early chapters. I mean, particularly look at Genesis chapter 1. It sets up a chronology of different days of creation that are sequenced one after the other. The very fact that you got the days numbered, you got the evening and the morning, you got the repeated phrase, and it was so, the repeated phrase, it was good. These are all clues that the texts are to be taken as an actual chronology and narrative of real historical events that took place. Now, I was not raised in a Christian home. In fact, I didn't really get to know a Christian until I showed up for postdoctoral research at Caltech when I was 27 years of age. But it was astronomy that brought me to faith in Christ, or brought me to the point where I realized there had to be a God, and then I began to look for that God in the writings of the great philosophers, which proved to be quite disappointing. Then I began to look at the world's holy books. Finally, I picked up a Bible, and the first thing I picked up and read were the early chapters of Genesis. And it was reading those early chapters that persuaded me that this book we call the Bible indeed might be the inspired, inerrant Word of God. And I took quite a different approach to the biblical text than these theologians and scientists. I followed the scientific method. Now, being raised and educated in Canada, I was taught the scientific method in grade 1, I was taught it in grade 2, I was taught it in grade 3. We got it all 12 years of our public education. But none of my teachers told me where the scientific method came from. When I opened up the Bible, looked at Genesis 1, the scientific method jumped off the page, and it was 11 years later I realized why. The scientific method has its origin in the pages of Scripture. That's where it came from. And hence it's no accident that the scientific revolution exploded over Reformation Europe when people began to read the Bible for themselves rather than just simply listen to the experts that read it for them. And so the problem is Delitzsch, Falk, Alexander, and many other theologians and scientists failed to follow the biblical testing method. They failed to integrate all the Bible's creation texts. That's one thing I noticed. Looking at the Quran, looking at the Hindu Vedas, looking at the Buddhist commentaries, they all have very limited accounts of the creation narrative. The Bible, by comparison, has over 24 chapter-length or longer texts that deal with the subject of creation, which gives us multiple opportunities in integrating them to see what God's really all about. So my goal today is to transform Genesis 1 from the Bible's greatest embarrassment into one of the strongest reasons to believe that the Bible is the inspired, inerrant Word of God. And I'll do this by following the biblical testing method. And we're going to begin with Genesis 1:1. Now, as I've traveled around the world, I run into audiences who have never read the New Testament. They don't know John chapter 3, but they do know Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. I looked at this as a 17-year-old and said, what are these heavens and earth? And I went through the entire Old Testament trying to find the word universe. You'll never find it. There is no Hebrew word for universe. Instead, they got this phrase, Shamayim Res, with the definite articles, used 9 times in the Old Testament. It always means the totality of physical reality. All matter, all energy, and even all space and time. And when it uses the word create, it means to bring something brand new into existence that never existed before. Now, I was reading Genesis 1 at the same time that physicists in Britain and South Africa were developing the first of the space-time theorems. These theorems state that if the universe contains mass, and each one of you is living evidence that the universe indeed does contain mass, and if the equations of general relativity reliably describe the movements of bodies in the universe, then space and time have a beginning. Space and time are created. That had a profound impact on me as a teenager because I recognized the gods of the other religions, they create within space and time. The God of the Bible creates independent of space and time, from beyond space and time. And now we have these space-time theorems. Over 30 of them exist. If you want to see some, I got some in my briefcase. But let me just show you a comment from one of the authors of the latest of these space-time theorems, Alexander Vilenkin, himself not a theist, but he says this in his book, quote, "With the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning." And what is that problem? Proof of a space-time beginning implies a causal agent beyond space and time who creates our universe of space, time, matter, and energy. Or to put it in simpler language, a miracle-working God must exist. Now, look at all you get from just the first sentence of the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Doesn't that strengthen at least a little bit your confidence in all these documents you see at the back? If you want to see more scientific documentation for the claims I've just made, you can get it in the book that I've authored, Why the Universe is the Way It Is. But here's an outline for the rest of my talk. I'm going to look at the point of view. That's step 1 of the biblical testing method. Do not interpret until you first establish the frame of reference or the point of view. We're going to see what this word day means, the different literal definitions. Then we're going to go through the order of events in the creation account of Genesis 1 and see how it squares with God's second book of Revelation, the book of nature. Now, these scientists and theologians that I cited at the beginning of my talk, they failed to recognize that the point of view changes from the universe in Genesis 1:1 to the surface of planet Earth in Genesis 1:2. And it was Galileo who said the biggest mistake you can make in Bible interpretation is to get the wrong point of view. Genesis 1:2, the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters, meaning that we're to interpret the frame of reference for the 6 days of creation from the point of view, the frame of reference of an observer on the surface of Earth's waters. The Spirit of God was hovering just above the surface of the waters of planet Earth. Here's a little diagram. In other words, we're to understand the account of the 6 days from the viewpoint of an observer below the cloud layer, not above the cloud layer. Now, if you do it where most of these interpreters have put it, above the cloud layer, then the 6 days of creation, if you take it as a chronology, are speaking nothing but scientific nonsense, which explains why they deny that it's a chronology. It's the only way they can sustain the Bible. The problem is it reads exactly like a chronology. But if you have the frame of reference on the surface of the waters, below the cloud layer rather than above the cloud layer, rather than the text having nothing but scientific nonsense to say, it's a perfect fit, as we'll see within a few minutes. So if you remember nothing else from what I'm saying this morning, keep in mind The frame of reference is the surface of the waters. Remember that one point. The point of view is the surface, below the clouds, not above the clouds. But I think some of you have the ability to remember two things. So the second most important thing to recognize is that this word yom in Hebrew, that's translated as day, has 4 distinct literal definitions. Not surprising, because that's true of virtually every biblical Hebrew noun. The word earth that you see in the text, the word eres, has 5 distinct literal definitions. This is simply because biblical Hebrew has a very small vocabulary compared to English. And so what we see for the word yom, it's got 4 distinct definitions. It can mean part of the daylight hours, like from noon to 3 p.m. It can mean all of the daylight hours. It can mean a 24-hour period, or it can mean a long but finite period of time. Now, I didn't know Hebrew the first time I picked up Genesis 1, but what I noticed right away is that at least this word day must have at least 3 distinct literal definitions, because 3 of these definitions are used right there in the first creation text. For example, creation day 1, it's contrasting days and nights. That's the word day for the daylight hours. Creation day 4, it contrasts seasons, days, and years. That's day as 24 hours. And Genesis 2:4 uses the word day to refer to the entirety of creation history. That's day as a long period of time. So I recognize it must have at least 3 distinct literal definitions. Which one do we use for the days of creation? Well, again, at age 17, what I notice is that each of the first 6 creation days is bracketed by an evening and a morning. And yes, the original Hebrew words also have multiple literal definitions, but at a minimum, all the definitions are referring to the fact that each of these creation days has a definite start point and a definite end point. I anticipated seeing an evening and a morning for the 7th day. It's not there in the text. There is no evening and morning for the 7th day. Now that's consistent with the fact that as you read on into the Bible, you'll find 3 texts. You'll see Psalm 95, John 5, and Hebrews 4 that either directly declare or imply that we currently are still in God's 7th day. The 7th day is ongoing. It's not yet finished, which is why there's no evening and morning for the 7th day. Now, part of my story was I got obsessively interested in astronomy when I was 7 years of age. From the age of 7 onwards, I would bring home 5 books on physics and astronomy from the Vancouver Public Library. And when I was about 11, my parents got concerned and wanted to kind of broaden my field of investigation. So they bought our family a big, thick book on evolutionary biology. I was the only one in the family that read it. But I went to my parents and said, "Mom, Dad, the numbers don't add up. We have all these species of life coming into existence before humanity and hardly any afterwards." I said, "Can you tell me why?" They said, "Go ask your science teachers." I asked my science teachers. They said, "Well, go to the university and ask the science professors." And I asked them, and they didn't know. When I picked up the Bible for the first time, it answered the fossil record enigma. Genesis 1 answers the enigma of why we see so much speciation. For 6 days, God creates. So before human beings show up on the scene, we see in the fossil record an average of 1 new species of life appearing per year. After humans, hardly any at all. The Bible answers the enigma. For 6 days, God creates. On the 7th day, he stops creating. It also explains why so many biologists say we see no evidence for God. They're looking on the wrong day. If the biologist is simply investigating field research, all they're seeing is the natural process. God's resting from his work of creation. But it explains why so many astronomers see evidence for God, because our data comes from the past as light travels to our telescopes, and we see the handiwork of God everywhere. Want to read more about this? I've got a book on this called A Matter of Days, basically making the point It's not enough to take the Bible literally. We need to take it literally and consistently, where God gave us 66 books in the Bible, and we're to integrate all 66 and interpret them in a way that's both literal and consistent. Step one of the biblical testing method: don't interpret until you establish the point of view. Step two: don't interpret until you also establish the starting conditions. And we also see this stated in Genesis 1:2. It tells us that it's dark upon the surface of the waters, that the waters cover the whole surface of the earth, and it's formless and void. It's empty of life and unfit for life. But now the Spirit of God begins to work. Now, the most extensive creation text in the Bible is not in Genesis. It's in the book of Job, Job 37, 38, and 39. And you go to Job 38, it explicitly tells us why it's dark on the surface of the waters. God speaks and he says, I made the clouds its garment, referring to the seas, and wrapped it in thick darkness. So notice here it explains why it's dark on the surface of the waters. God had wrapped the waters with clouds that were so thick no light could pass through. Now I had the advantage of being a young astronomy student. I knew that all planets as massive as the Earth would begin with very thick atmospheres. In fact, we now know that the Earth's primordial atmosphere was almost 200 times thicker than what it is today. So thick, no light would be able to pass through. So what's the miracle of creation day one? Let there be light. Now notice this. The text doesn't say that God created the light, doesn't say that God made the light. He did that in Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, matter, energy, space, and time. The energy means that light was flooding the universe, but it was dark on the surface of the earth because of the opaque clouds. What happened on creation day one? God transformed our atmosphere from being opaque to light to being translucent. Light could now pass through the clouds, and photosynthesis could begin on the surface of the earth. And so the beginning of creation day one is when God creates the first life here on planet Earth. Then we move into creation day two. And here the text is cryptic. It says, let there be water above and water below. That's all it says. But there's good textual evidence that the content of the book of Job predates that of the book of Genesis. And I run into a lot of skeptical theologians and scientists who say, this can't be the inspired word of God because look at all the important details it leaves out. Well, notice, quote, those important details that are left out in Genesis 1, they're included in Job 37, 38, and 39. Moses did not have to repeat what the people already had there in the book of Job. And when you go to the book of Job, instead of just this one cryptic sentence, you see a whole chapter and a half. All of Job 37 and a good chunk of Job 38 focuses on creation day two. Genesis says water above and water below, which you see in the book of Job. It describes how God establishes this amazing water cycle where we have different forms of liquid precipitation falling from the clouds and different forms of frozen precipitation falling from the clouds. And we now know is for human civilization to be possible, it's essential that we have multiple forms of both liquid and frozen precipitation. Actually, if you look carefully at the book of Job, you see it describes over a dozen different forms of precipitation falling from the clouds, every one of what we need to establish global human civilization. Now today, scientists understand how it was that Earth was transformed from having very thick oceans, literally thousands of miles deep, an atmosphere nearly 200 times thicker than what it is today, to having a thin atmosphere and a thin layer of water with this efficient, complex water cycle. I won't go into the details because I lack the time. However, we did produce a television documentary, Journey Toward Creation, where we show you video clips of how the miracles of creation day one and creation day two were achieved by God. We now have this in 11 languages. It's been shown on 6 different national television networks, including Russia, Mongolia, Japan, and China. And hey, I hear that even PBS showed it here in the United States. That was one of the more difficult ones to get to have them show it. So, and our Toronto chapter actually broadcasted into Iran twice, and it broke the email record of responses from people living there in Iran. Okay, creation day 3. This is where God transforms planet Earth from a water world into a realm where we got oceans and continents coexisting on the surface. Critical for future plants and animals. You can't have plants and animals on a planet unless that planet's surface has both oceans and continents. Creation day 3, let the dry ground appear. Now, I had the privilege of taking geophysics at the University of British Columbia from 2 of the 3 geophysicists that launched the discipline of plate tectonics. So I got to hear from the horse's mouth, and today the science of plate tectonics is sufficiently developed that we can show you in detail the buildup of the continental land masses with respect to time. And it affirms, for example, that the Bible got it right, that indeed our planet started off with no land at all on the surface. Then you get these tiny volcanic islands, and then the plate tectonics kicks in, and you get small continents and bigger continents. What I want you to notice from this graph is the timing when the continents are being most aggressively built up. Notice it happens when the Earth is a little bit less than half of its current age. Where does Genesis 1 put it? The beginning of creation day 3. So if you look at those 6 days of creation, look at where the text puts the buildup of the continental land masses, compare it with this, the timing is identical. Another example where Genesis got it exactly right. Then we move into the second part of creation day 4. Let the land produce plants. Now, I've debated on university campuses the executive director of the Skeptic Society, Michael Shermer, 4 times. Doesn't matter what we're debating, he always goes after Genesis 1. Kind of following the example of these theologians and scientists. They see it as the Achilles heel of the Bible, so he goes straight for it. And in every one of those debates, he says, this is proof where the Bible got it wrong, because we have fossils of animals in the seas that come after the fossils we have on the land masses, and Genesis 1 puts it in the opposite direction. Now, my response on the first debate was to say, well, Michael, animals have bones and shells. Their fossils are going to be preserved for a long period of time. That's not the case with plants. They will decay. There's good reason why we haven't found those early fossils of plants on the land masses. What has happened after that first debate was scientists have actually found the evidence. First, they found the isotope evidence that plants proliferated the continents for 200 million years before the first animals show up in the oceans. And now we've actually got fossils. Not complete fossils. The best we have are fossil parts. The biggest part we found is 1 millimeter in diameter. So well, that's not very impressive, but it's enough to tell us that plants were abundant on the continental land masses for 600 million years before the first appearance of the animals in the oceans. And then we move into creation day 4. And it says, let there be the great lights, referring to the sun, moon, and stars. Once again, I want you to note the text doesn't say that God created them or made them. It says, let them be. And if you read on, verse 14, let there be the great lights so that they may serve as signs to mark seasons, days, and years. And again, as a teenager, I said, well, for whose benefit? And what I notice is the text describes animals on creation days 5 and 6 that need to know the position of the sun, moon, and stars, at least on occasion, so that they can regulate their biological clocks. The plants don't need that. The bacteria don't need that, but the animals need that. And so this is when God transforms our atmosphere from being permanently overcast, kind of like it is today, to where the clouds break. And observers on the surface of the earth for the first time can see the position of the sun, moon, and stars. And this is what enables God to introduce these complex animals. Now we know the cause of that transformation of the atmosphere. It's what's referred to as a second great oxygenation event, where we have Earth having just 1% oxygen in its atmosphere. But a geological event called the Great Unconformity causes massive landslides of material off the continents and the oceans, a dramatic chemical transformation of the oceans. Bottom line, it led to an oxygen spike, where the oxygen in the atmosphere went from 1% to 8% and then quickly up to 10%. Animals can't survive without 1%. They need a minimum of 8%. But this is what we see in the fossil record. The moment it jumps up, and it's a very sudden jump, the moment it jumps up to 8%, the Earth is transformed from being nothing but microbes to where we now have animals as big as 2 meters across in body size. And there's no delay. The moment the oxygen spikes up, immediately these animals exist in multiple different body plans or multiple different phyla. The emergence of small sea animals let the waters teem with living creatures, a reference to the Avalon and Cambrian explosions of animal life. And in my book, Improbable Planet, I cite comments from numerous review papers done by paleontologists on the Avalon and Cambrian explosions. I'll just quote one. You'll find another 8 in the book Improbable Planet, but here's one quote from Kevin Peterson. Elucidating the materialistic basis, that is a non-theistic basis for the Cambrian explosion, a reference to these animals that show up in the oceans, has become more elusive, not less, the more we know about the event itself. And even Richard Dawkins commented in his book, these animals come out of nowhere with no evolutionary history. And so this is evidence that God supernaturally intervened to bring these animals upon the scene. It's also evidence of God's impatience. The moment the physical and chemical conditions are right for these creatures, he immediately creates them. There's no time delay. We see that consistently throughout the history of life on planet Earth. But God is not done in creation day 5. Now that we have animals all over the oceans of the world, God creates a second kind of life. And this is only the second time in the text we see the word bara, the word create. You see it first for the universe. God creates the universe. The second time you see it is when God creates the birds and the sea mammals. But what's interesting about the text here, it says that God made these animals and he created them. The word asa, to make, means that God took what already existed and personally manufactured the bodies of these birds and sea mammals. But he also put into them something brand new that never existed before. The soulishness of these creatures. In fact, the word nefesh that's used here in the text means soulish animal. Now, it's not soulish like we human beings are soulish, but it refers to God endowing these animals with mind, will, and emotions so that they can form relationships with one another, emotional relationships with one another, but also with a higher species, namely us human beings. In fact, when you look at the book of Job, it tells us that God created these creatures to serve and please human beings, to relate to human beings, to emotionally bond with us human beings. Now, creation day 6 does not address God creating land mammals. That's a mistake a lot of people make in reading the text. You notice it doesn't even use the word nefesh. It jumps ahead to 3 highly specialized subcategories of land mammals that God creates. And these are all addressed in the book of Job. These are the animals that God creates to help human beings launch global civilization. So you might not need snakes for launching global civilization. You might not need fish, but you're going to need these 3 categories. You're going to need short-legged land mammals. That's what the text says. It's a reference to the rodents. And you might say, what on earth did early humans need rodents for in order to launch civilization? Well, notice that God designed us human beings very differently than he designed the Neanderthals. The Neanderthals have a physiology designed for a cold climate. We humans have a physiology designed for a hot climate. We're slim, we're tall, bipedal, with very little hair in our bodies, which means not much sunlight falls on our bodies. We got this amazing perspiration system, and so we can keep ourselves cool in spite of a considerable heat. But we're not well adapted to live in a cool or a cold climate. But what God gave us were these rodents. And the thing about the rodents, they love hanging around human beings. You might have noticed a few of them in your homes once in a while. They like hanging around human beings. They like banding together with all their family members. So having 5 or 10,000 of them together in a pen is no big deal. And they grow thick, luxuriant fur. Why? Because they're warm-blooded, tiny-bodied land mammals. The only way they can maintain their body heat is to grow this thick, luxuriant fur like the creature you see here. Early humans exploited these animals to make the clothing. It's easy to get the pelts off these animals. It's easy to sew them together to make a variety of clothes. And that's why humans were able to quickly displace the Neanderthals, because even though we had slim bodies, we could actually, with our clothing, move into much colder climate zones. And the text talks about God creating 2 different kinds of large-bodied land mammals, those that are easy to tame, a reference to the herbivores, and those that are difficult to tame, a reference to the carnivores. And what you see in the book of Job is that God created some of these large-bodied land mammals to serve us. That would be like the cows, the goats, the horses, and the donkeys that are mentioned in Job 39, and others to please us. A reference to, say, the lion, which is mentioned there in the text. You say lion as a pet. Actually, lions make very good pets. Just make sure you keep them well fed, okay? When I was at Caltech, there was a student there that would bring his pet lion to class every day. And the lion would always insist on going right in front of the professor, because that way everybody would be watching the lion throughout the lecture. And just loved the lunch hour time when the student would take the lion out into the Caltech lawn, and all these toddlers would come and swarm and play with the lion. And the lion really loved that. God designed these carnivorous land mammals to be companions for us. They're difficult to tame, but once tamed, they make excellent household companions. And unlike the cows, you can actually housebreak them. You're not going to be able to housebreak these herbivore creatures, but you can do that with the carnivores. If you want to read more about this, you can get my book, Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job. But then we have the text talking about God creating human beings. That's the last of God's creation miracles described in Genesis 1, where it says God created them, male and female. Now, once again, it uses 2 verbs. It says that God made humans and God created humans. The same 2 verbs you see for God making the soulish animals. There's something about human beings that God manufactured from what already existed. That would be a reference to our physical bodies. And we also have soulish features that we share with the birds and mammals. But it uses the word bara, which means that God puts something in us brand new that never existed before, a reference to the spirit. Now notice that God created these birds and mammals to serve and please and relate to a higher species. Likewise, he created us human beings to serve and please and relate to a higher being. If you go to Job chapter 12, verses 7 through 10, Job says the following. He says, "Look to the birds, they will teach you. Look to the beasts of the field," a reference to the land mammals, "they'll instruct you." Now, he wasn't just talking about biology. He was saying these animals will teach you significant spiritual lessons about yourself, about God, and how you can come into relationship with God. And I described that in detail in Hidden Treasures in the book of Job. For example, God designed these birds and mammals to seek us out and relate to us. But typically, they run away from us instead of towards us. Why? Because they know we humans are going to abuse them. In our sin, we're going to abuse them, and so they run away from us instead of towards us. But I've done experiments by going to places of the world where these animals have never experienced human abuse. they come towards you. They want a relationship with you. I've actually had them come inside my tent, wanting contact with me. Likewise, it's our sin that causes us human beings to run away from God instead of towards God. And likewise, what we notice is these birds and mammals, their full potential is not realized until they're bonded to one of us human beings. Many experiments demonstrate that they have far greater capabilities when they're emotionally bonded to a human being. The same thing is true of us human beings. Our potential is not fully realized until we're emotionally bonded to the one that created us. And so we alone, of all the species of life on planet Earth, were created by God, physical, soulish, and spiritual. We're the one species who has that capacity to use our spirit to discover God and relate to Him. And this is something we describe in detail in our book, Who is Adam?, a book I co-authored with our biochemist, Dr. Fazal Rana. But what I want you to notice is that if you follow the biblical testing method and recognize that the frame of reference for the 6 creation days is the surface of the earth, and that the literal definition we should choose for the word day is a long period of time, where God creates in 6 consecutive long periods of time, the Bible, from that perspective, gets a perfect score on the description and the placement of the initial conditions, and a perfect score on the description and the chronological placement of the 10 events of creation that are mentioned in the text. Now, I came to that conclusion at age 17, which was 8 years before I really got to know a Christian, and recognized that the probability that the biblical author, Moses, could have put these events in the correct chronological sequence if he was given the events at random is less than 1 chance. Well, it's 1 chance in 10 factorial. That's 1 chance in 10 times 9 times 8, etc. It's about 1 chance in 6 billion that he could have put it all together in the correct chronological order. But far more impressive, he not only put it all in the correct chronological order, everything is correctly described. And I recognize the probability of that happening without divine inspiration was utterly remote. That was my first clue as a teenager that this book I was reading, the Bible, indeed might be the error-free, inspired word of the one that created everything. That launched me on an 18-month study of the Bible. For 18 months, I spent between 1 and 2 hours a day scrutinizing the Bible, trying to find if I could discover a provable error in the text. At the end of 18 months, I found lots of passages I didn't understand, but no provable errors. And during that time, I've accumulated a notebook of 300 places in the Bible, more than 300, where the Bible had correctly predicted a future scientific discovery, many of which you've heard just in the last 35 minutes. All these evidences that indeed the Bible was thousands of years ahead of its time in describing the record of nature. And I actually calculated at age 19 the probability that these Bible authors could have predicted all these future scientific discoveries without being inspired by the one who actually did the deed. That probability worked out to less than 1 chance in 10 to the 300th power. That's 300 zeros after the 1. That happened to be the same week that our physics professor assigned us a problem of calculating the probability that one of us in our class of 600 physics students would be killed by a sudden reversal of the second law of thermodynamics. Now, it's not as difficult a problem as you might think. This auditorium, for example, is filled with quadrillions of air molecules, and they're all at different temperatures. But there's a finite possibility that the trillions of air molecules that are below the freezing point of water in this room, 3 seconds from now will wander the vicinity of this woman right here and freeze her to death. And we had to calculate what that probability was. It's 1 chance in 10 to the 80th. I want to assure you that possibility is so incredibly tiny, it's never going to happen. In fact, we can confidently say it's never happened anytime, anywhere in the entire extent and history of the universe. But notice at age 19, I had just demonstrated that the Bible is 10 to the 220 times more reliable than the second law of thermodynamics. A law that I realize I gamble my life on every second of my life. And therefore it would simply be irrational for me to not put even greater confidence in the Bible as the inspired, inerrant Word of God. And that's what motivated me to sign my name in the back of a Gideon Bible at age 19, giving my life to Jesus Christ. With that, I'm going to throw it open for questions, whatever time we remain. And you can ask me any question on science, faith issues. It doesn't have to be the topic here.
Thank you very much, first of all. That was an incredible lecture. My question relates back to the billions of years.
Yes.
The graph
yes.
you had out, or up rather, and it was about I think the second or third day, and I'm wondering, and it relates back to the word yom and the 4 definitions of yom.
Okay.
Is it that right, okay, thank you. Does that mean that the first 2 days were billions of years? Yom Rishon, the first day, Yom 1 and Yom 2 were billions of years? Because I remember reading that there really wasn't mention of Yom, or there wasn't a definition of Yom at all, really. It's just the word Yom in Hebrew the entire time, as you say. So I've always believed, not as in much detail as you just described, it was just an affirmation, or more affirmative affirmation of what I've always believed. So my question is that what this graph is saying? Is that what your expertise is
Sure.
describing? That the first 2 days really are billions of years of creation, which falls into the 4 definitions of Yom?
Yeah. As I mentioned, the word Yom has 4 distinct literal definitions, one of which is a long period of time. I mentioned the fact that you don't have an evening and a morning for the 7th day, which indicates we're still in the 7th day, which would be evidence that the first 6 days, just like the 7th day, would be a long period of time. And so we're looking at 6 consecutive long periods of time. Now, the biblical text does not tell us how long each of those creation days are. Now, I could go to the book of nature and give you an idea. And by going to the book of nature, I would tell you that as you go from day 1 to day 6, the days do get progressively shorter in length. The first day is the longest, the 6th day is the shortest. But they're all long periods of time, 6 consecutive non-overlapping days of creation. Now, something else that you'll see in my book, Navigating Genesis, is that if you actually look carefully at Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, and the verb placement of the text and the grammar of the text, you'll see that both texts are telling us there's a passage of time between God creating the universe and his formation of the earth, and a passage of time between the formation of the earth and the beginning of creation day 1. And so I share with my friends who are persuaded these days are 24-hour periods. Even then, the text allows the earth and the universe to be billions of years old. And the real concern I find with my friends in the young earth creationist camp, they're worried if they concede billions of years, that opens a door for biological evolution. What they're not aware of, there was a debate in the early part of the 20th century amongst my astronomy peers. And it was a young universe versus an old universe debate. But what's interesting is the people who were on the old side said, this Big Bang model that the evidence seems to be telling us is the reality of the universe only allows billions of years. And if we only have billions of years, it's impossible to save the Darwinian interpretation of life. And so they were actually lobbying for a universe that was a quadrillion years old. in order, in the words of Sir Arthur Eddington, to give biological evolution the time that it needed. And then there was another group of astronomers that said, well, the evidence seems to be pushing us in the direction of only billions. And by the end of the 20th century, there was overwhelming evidence that the universe was not quadrillions of years old. It's only billions of years old. And if that's too bad for Darwinian evolution, then so be it. And I think it's also interesting is that people who are well trained in the mathematics quickly recognize the mathematical difficulties of trying to have a Darwinian interpretation of life if all you got is billions of years. It's only 10 zeros after the one. To support a naturalistic interpretation of life, you need way more than just those 10 zeros. So on that basis, I think there's no reason to be disturbed about these days being 6 consecutive long periods of time. The other thing you can note is it tells us on creation day 6, God created the human male and the human female. And if you go to Genesis 2, God creates the human male first and the human female second. And a lot happens between God creating Adam and God creating Eve. Adam goes through 3 careers before Eve shows up. And by the time when it gets to God creating Eve, God looks down at Adam and says he is lonely. For most men, it takes a while to actually feel some loneliness, more than just a few hours. I think that's true of all men. And then finally, when Adam sees Eve, the word that's in the original text, hapa'am, coming out of his mouth, it's used more than 20 times in the Old Testament, consistently translated at long last, which means day 6, just like day 7, is a significant period of time. But there again, I'm laying out the principle. You want to integrate all the biblical texts, not just look at one text and trying to deal with these issues. I am an astrophysicist, but I've also served on the pastoral staff of a church between Caltech and JPL for the past 42 years. And I teach at 4 different seminaries. And the talk I've chosen for tonight basically is going to be an integration of science and theology. Reasons to believe, we're on all these different social media things. And hey, if you don't get to ask your question of me tonight, I do answer every question I get both on Facebook and Twitter, so you can feel free to take advantage of that. And yeah, if you text my name to 31996, that's a porthole to all kinds of free resources that you can get. The best-selling science book of all time is A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking. It's now over 25 million copies sold, just in the print edition alone. And I read that book when it first came out. And I got one quote I want to share with you. It's on page 171. He says, "We want to make sense of what we see around us and ask, what is the nature of the universe? What is our place in it? And where did it and we come from? Why is it the way it is?" And one reason why his book was so popular, he makes the point every human being asks these questions. Now, I would argue that's because God put a spirit within each one of us. It's the spirit within us that drives us to ask these questions. But as I read his book, he really only provided physical answers for those questions, which is why I was motivated to write this book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is, to not only look at the physical questions, but the spiritual questions, because that's really what drives us to ask the questions that he was talking about. And I'm going to pick one point only out of this book, and that is how God designed the universe for the eradication of evil and suffering. Now, of all the world's religions, only Christianity provides an adequate explanation for why evil exists in the world. Atheists try to throw this out as a stumper of Christianity, but atheism has no answer for why there's evil in the world. Only the Bible provides us with an answer. And again, we have the Bible on display at the back room. The Bible alone, of all the books that exist, provides an answer to the problem of evil. Now, many Christians focus on answering that question, the problem of evil. I've noticed, however, sometimes it can come across as a little hard or harsh when non-Christians are listening. So what I'm going to offer this evening is what I suggest is a more winsome and logical way to try to communicate the resolution of the problem of evil with people who are not within the Christian faith, with people who are not yet believers. And this actually factors into what we call the new atheism, the atheism of the 21st century, which is fundamentally based on this premise that we live in a universe that's way too messed up, way too chaotic for it to be created by a personal, loving God. So I'm going to show you some quotes from some of the more famous atheist scientists and how they articulate this. Stephen Hawking himself, in the very same book, A Brief History of Time, says, quote, "Our solar system certainly is a prerequisite for our existence, but there does not seem to be any need for all these other galaxies." Basically saying, if God's behind us, why 200 billion useless galaxies? And then we have Victor Stenger, the particle physicist I debated at the Caltech Skeptic Society conference. He wrote in his book, God, the Failed Hypothesis, "It seems inconceivable that a creator exists who has a special love for humanity and then relegated it to a tiny point in space and time." And he actually developed this as a, quote, a new argument against God by saying, if God really loved us, he would have allowed us to explore and inhabit the entirety of the universe. The fact that he confined us, put us in this little prison house of planet Earth, proves no such God exists. And we went on to say, does God really need so much pain and suffering to achieve his ends? This is a possible God, but a hideous God. And the debate we had at Caltech was all about the fine-tuning of the universe and whether that demonstrates there's God. His point was there's other ways God could have done it, which wouldn't have involved all this pain and suffering we see. But my response is this. Yes, God could have fine-tuned the universe, so we wouldn't need those 200 billion other galaxies. But it would have been a universe with different laws of physics. It would have been a universe with different space-time dimensionality. And God designed the space-time dimensionality and the laws of physics to be efficient tools for him to rapidly eliminate and eradicate evil, while at the same time enhancing the free will capability of human beings who choose to spend eternity with him. Because one of God's goals in creating was to magnify the expression of his love through his creatures. Well, let me get at the first issue that's been thrown out by these new atheists. Why so-called 200 billion useless galaxies? Why is the universe so very massive? With a universe that's governed by gravity, thermodynamics, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak nuclear force, the universe's mass determines what elements you'll see in the periodic table. If you make the universe more massive than what we observe, then the universe quickly takes all the primordial hydrogen and converts it into nothing but elements heavier than iron. And in such a universe, you've got no carbon, no oxygen, no nitrogen, no possibility for life. Make the universe the slightest bit less massive, the universe forever will have only hydrogen, or at best just hydrogen and helium. Once again, you get a universe with no carbon, no oxygen, no nitrogen, and no possibility for life. To what degree do you have to fine-tune the mass? To better than 1 part in a quadrillion, 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 if you want to get adequate quantities of carbon, oxygen, nitrogen in the right ratios so that life becomes possible in the universe. Now that's one reason why you have to fine-tune the size and the mass of the universe. I'll give you one more. There's actually several, but here's one more. The universe's mass also plays a role in determining how rapidly the universe expands. One thing I think you all remember from your junior high physics class, two massive bodies under the influence of gravity attract one another. And the closer together those bodies are, the more powerfully they attract. And so gravity acts as a brake on the expansion of the universe. But if God sets up the universe so that it expands too rapidly from the cosmic creation event, Gravity will not be able to collect the primordial gas of the universe to make galaxies, stars, and planets. And if the universe is forever nothing but dispersed gas, there is no place for life to reside. Life becomes impossible. On the other hand, if you expand the universe at a slightly slower rate, gravity will so efficiently collect the mass of the universe that it quickly makes nothing but black holes and neutron stars. And there, the minimum density is 2 billion tons per level teaspoonful. Can you imagine putting that into a cup of coffee? Boom, 2 billion tons. The density is so extreme that molecules are impossible, atoms are impossible, even protons and electrons are impossible, and life is impossible. And here we see an even more extraordinary degree of fine-tuning design. So yes, given the laws of physics, the universe must be exactly the size and mass that it is, to an extremely high degree of fine-tuning design, or there'd be no possibility for physical life to exist anywhere, anytime in the universe. Which allows me to do a paraphrase of John 3:16. For God so loved human beings that he created 50 billion trillion stars, plus 100 times more stuff than that, because the stars only add up to a quarter of a percent, so that we could have one pale blue dot in which to live and enjoy life. So come Thanksgiving Day, I hope you thank God for those 50 billion trillion stars and all the rest of the stuff that makes up the universe. Well, why is the universe not only so large, but so old? In fact, I was on an airplane once with an atheist quantum physicist, and he asked me this question. Okay, if God really wanted human beings, why wait 13.8 billion years? So I was able to explain to him, given the laws of physics and the space-time dimensions that God chose, then if we were placed here any earlier in the history of the universe, light from the cosmic creation event would not have enough time to travel on the space surface of the universe and reach our telescopes. So for example, if we were created 5 billion years earlier in cosmic history, we'd only be seeing the last 2/3 of cosmic history. We would be completely ignorant about the cosmic creation event. Now the same thing's true in the future, because right now we're living at a time when the farthest reaches of the universe are expanding relative to us at the velocity of light. Now, because of dark energy, in the future, they'll expand it more rapidly than the velocity of light. So if God put us here any later in the history of the universe, light from the cosmic creation event would be moving away from us at greater than the velocity of light, which means we wouldn't see it. Again, if God were to put us here 5 billion years into the future, we'd only be seeing the last 2/3 of the history of the universe. The one that created the universe wanted us human beings not only to be able to read the entirety of the 66 books of the Bible, he wanted us to be able to read the entirety of the book of nature, to be able to witness 100% of its history. And as an astronomer, I can tell you, it's our ability to actually directly image the cosmic creation event, to actually see what the universe looked like when it was only 1/100 billionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second old, where we get the most compelling, rigorous scientific proof that a God beyond space and time created everything. God put us here at the one time in cosmic history when we could witness what he was doing from the cosmic creation event forward in time. Only at 13.8 billion years after the cosmic creation event can humans observe all of cosmic history and directly witness God bringing the universe into existence. And maybe I need to preface this a little bit. Astronomy is the one discipline of science where we directly access the past. Or as I tell my wife, because I'm an astronomer, I cannot be held responsible for events in the present. All of my data comes from the past, because it takes light time to travel from stars and galaxies to our telescopes. But we now have the capability to look so far away, we're looking literally at the cosmic creation event 13.8 billion years ago. So God so loved the human race that he invested 13.8 billion years of meticulous design to make a place for us to live and enjoy life and view all of cosmic history. If you pick up my latest book, Improbable Planet, you'll see a few paragraphs in there where I make the point that astronomers today now recognize that there cannot be intelligent life elsewhere in the universe. Why? Because everywhere else we look, we're looking back in time. And we now have the astronomical data to establish that it's physically impossible to bring intelligent life upon the cosmic scene in less than 13.79 billion years. And since that's where we are right now, we must be the first intelligent life on the cosmic scene. You know, God could have created them, but he would have created them at this moment, and since their data is from the past, which means we really should be shutting down the enterprise of looking for intelligent life elsewhere in the universe. Okay, we live in a very dark universe. Why is it so dark? And let me give you an inventory on this. The stuff that we see in the universe, the heavens declare the glory of God, but the stuff we see in the heavens, it adds up to 0.27% of all the stuff of the universe. 99.73% of it is dark stuff. And there's 3 different kinds of dark stuff. Dark energy, which was discovered in 1999. Exotic dark matter, that's matter that doesn't strongly interact with light. And then ordinary dark matter, 99.73%. One thing we've discovered, we need exactly those quantities of darkness. The 3 different kinds of darkness have to be exquisitely fine-tuned in both their abundance and cosmic location to make life possible. Matter of fact, if the dark stuff were altered by just 1 part in 10 to 122nd power, 122 zeros after the 1, physical life would be impossible anytime, anywhere in the universe. Now that's a mind-boggling huge number. To put it in context, if you were to add up all the protons and neutrons in the universe, that's only 10 to the 79. We're talking 10 to the 122. And so what I've done in several of my books is to compare the fine-tuning design of the dark stuff in the universe to the very best example of human engineering, inventiveness, and engineering achievement, which in my opinion would be these amazing gravity wave telescopes that have just recently discovered gravity waves in the past year and a half. And we compare the fine-tuning design in the dark stuff to the best design that we human beings have been able to achieve. We see that the one that designed the dark stuff at a minimum is 10 to the 97 times more intelligent and more knowledgeable than the Caltech and MIT physicists that invented and designed these gravity wave telescopes. Or I could put it another way, 10 trillion times better funded than the US government that actually made these telescopes possible. Which establishes that we not only worship a God beyond space and time, it's a God that is personal in his ability to design the universe to such a great degree. Now, I've spoken on these subjects on university campuses where the audience is basically people with masters and PhDs in the sciences who are not believers. And one of their responses is, we think it's just a sheer coincidence that we human beings happen to be here at the one time when we can astronomically observe all the cosmic history. That's just an accident. Well, I said, we do live in a universe of 200 billion galaxies, where each galaxy is an average of 200 billion stars. Don't you find it interesting that we are orbiting a star where we're in the unique location where we can see all of cosmic history? We're not only at that unique moment in time, we're also at that unique location within this vast, unimaginably big cosmos. Let me demonstrate this. Okay, here's our Milky Way galaxy, and our solar system is orbiting quite far away from the central bulge. That central bulge of our galaxy has half the stars in our galaxy. In the center of that bulge is a supergiant black hole radiating deadly radiation. We're far enough away where we're not being killed by that radiation. But we're also far enough away where the bright light of the center of our galaxy does not make astronomical observations impossible. But there's another point. Not only are we far from the galactic bulge, we're far from spiral arms. Right now, we're halfway in between the Perseus and Sagittarius spiral arms. Now, we cross the spiral arm every billion years, but the last time we crossed was 500 million years ago. Right now, we're halfway between. Now, that's the safest place for advanced life. You really can't have advanced life when you're close to a spiral arm. Again, radiation, and you've got dense molecular clouds that cause issues. But also, when you're close to the spiral arm, it illuminates the nighttime sky. Being halfway in between, that's what gives us a dark sky at night. And one of the amazing things about our Milky Way galaxy is that it has tiny gaseous nebulae. The only way you can sustain that spiral structure is to have these gaseous nebulae where new stars are forming, the maternity wards of our Milky Way galaxy. But unlike other spiral galaxies, we have hundreds of these, and they're all small. The other thing we notice about our solar system, it's a long ways from the nearest gaseous nebulae. The nearest one is the Orion Nebula. You can see it tonight, but you're going to need good eyes to be able to see it. It's barely visible to the naked eye. It's basically the central star of the sword that hangs down from the belt of Orion. But our Milky Way galaxy is atypical in that it does not have any large, bright, gaseous nebulae. For example, here's a spiral galaxy that's only 6% the size of our Milky Way galaxy. And this is one of the gaseous nebulae, the Tarantula Nebula, that exists. This is typical. The spiral galaxies have these big gaseous nebulae. What I'm going to do in the next slide is show you a side-by-side comparison, everything to scale in terms of the brightness and the size. And so on the right-hand side, we have the Tarantula Nebula. On the left-hand side, you have the Orion Nebula. Now, can you see the Orion Nebula? You probably can't, but what I'm going to do is show you another slide where I brighten it up by about a factor of 20 times. That little tiny dot, that's the Orion Nebula, 20 times brighter than what it really is. Now, if we were to have the Orion Nebula and the Tarantula Nebula trade places, it would fill 80 moon diameters across the sky. It would be so bright, it would be brighter than the full moon. You could read a newspaper by it. And it would be so bright, we'd have to shut down our telescopes. And then the other amazing thing is we live in a highly fine-tuned cluster of galaxies. Life is only possible in a cluster of galaxies for a number of reasons. But the vast majority of galaxies are in these really big, dense clusters of galaxies where you got 3 to 20,000 galaxies in the cluster, and they're all jammed tightly together. Here, for example, is the center of a typical cluster of galaxies. Now, can you imagine yourself being an astronomer, say on that spiral galaxy in the middle there? You look to one side, there's a supergiant galaxy. You look up to the top, there's another one, several on the bottom. It's really going to mess up your astronomical observations. We live in a cluster of galaxies where there are no giant galaxies. 2 medium-large galaxies, ours and the Andromeda Galaxy. And unlike what is typical, where the galaxies are like this far apart, look how far apart they are in the local group. Here's our Milky Way galaxy down at the bottom. There's the Andromeda at the top. And you've got dwarf galaxies all the way through. We get a clear view of the heavens. Now, what I've briefly reviewed for you here is some of the evidences that we have that the universe is not only designed to make a home for us human beings and human civilization, it's designed for a purpose. The very fact that God put us at the one time where we could read 100% of the history book of the universe, and the only location in the universe where we could read 100%, implies that there must be some reason why God wanted us to have access to the entire history book of the universe. Just like I think you could make a case as a theologian for why God wanted us to have access to the entirety of the 66 books of the Bible, many of which you see on display at the back. So, we are at the one time and the one place, which I'd argue is evidence that there's purpose not only for the universe, but purpose for us human beings. The anthropic principle basically says the entire universe was designed and fine-tuned throughout its entire history to make possible an entry point for human beings. I'll talk about that tomorrow afternoon in my talk on the universe. But something that was discovered just a couple of decades ago is what's referred to as the anthropic principle inequality. Namely, that it takes a minimum, as I've already explained, 14 billion years to prepare a home for human beings. You cannot get advanced life on the cosmic scene any earlier than that, given the laws of physics. However, it was Brandon Carter that calculated that those same laws of physics and cosmic features tell us that the maximum time in which intelligent beings could live in a civilized state cannot be longer than 41,000 years. And tomorrow evening, I'll explain why I think the number is actually 10,000 years. Now, that's not the window of time for human existence. It's the window of time for human civilization. So yeah, we're talking Stone Age with just a few tens, thousands of people running around. You can get a slightly longer time window, only a slightly longer time window. Now, the reason why this is referred to as the anthropic principle inequality, there's about a factor of 1,000,000 difference between the minimum time to prepare a home for us and the maximum time in which we could live in that home in a civilized state. And in my book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is, you'll see several chapters laying out why this inequality must be true. I'm only going to give you a couple of highlights. One reason why we know we need about 14 billion years is because for advanced life to be possible, you have to be living on a planet that is super endowed in uranium and thorium. It's the decay of uranium and thorium that makes the continental land masses that I talked about this earlier today that we need for life. It also allows us to have a nice, strong, stable magnetic field that protects us from deadly solar and cosmic radiation. And what this curve shows you is that uranium and thorium are exclusively made in supergiant stars. And the universe aggressively makes these stars when it's young, but already the universe is making fewer and fewer of these supergiant stars. And now the uranium and thorium is decaying at a more rapid rate than the formation of the stars that make these two elements. But what I want you to notice is there's a point in the history of the universe where uranium and thorium hit a peak abundance. If you look at that date, that's when the universe is about 9.2 billion years old. When did the solar system form? It formed when the universe was 9.2 billion years old. And so our solar system formed at the moment uranium and thorium hit that peak abundance. Now you might say, well, why didn't God just create us human beings 4.6 billion years ago? Well, there's a reason why he waits. Actually, many reasons why he waits those extra 4.6 billion years. But I'll just show you one. Stars are like human beings. They're unstable when they're young, they're unstable when they're old. They're maximally stable when they're middle age. Only for stars it's far more extreme than it is for human beings, as this graph will show you here. This shows you the flaring activity of our star, the sun, and this is true of all stars, that when stars are young, they're throwing out ultraviolet, X-ray radiation, and these deadly flares. Now, the y-axis there is logarithmic. The flaring activity was 1,000,000 times more frequent and intense when the sun was young, and likewise will be so in the future when the sun is old. And what I want you to notice is that dotted line. It hits a minimum when the sun is 4.6 billion years old. So that's why you add the 4.6 to the 9.2, you get the 13.8. But something else astronomers have discovered, we're now seeing neutrinos coming out of the sun. And our measurements of neutrinos coming out of the solar furnace in the interior of the sun tells us that our star entered an exceptionally stable luminosity phase a little less than 50,000 years ago. And that luminosity stability will only last for most another 50,000 years. So that kind of gives you an idea of that narrow time window. We're looking at about a 90,000 year window in which we got sufficient solar luminosity stability where human civilization would be possible on the face of the earth. And you can combine this with the growth of the continents. For human civilization to be possible, you want the continents for a number of reasons to cover about 29% of the surface of the earth. Peter Ward, an atheist, has written a book where he says if it's 28%, we're in trouble. If it's 30%, we're in trouble. 29%, we're okay. The continents will continue to grow. They will eventually hit 30%. When do they hit 29%? When the earth is 4.6 billion years old. Again, you can get the book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is, and you'll see there are numerous reasons for why it takes that period of time, and also why we have multiple narrow time windows. And this actually enhances the fine-tuning argument because there are about 20 narrow time windows that are essential for human civilization, and they all have to coincide. So for example, there's the availability of fossil fuels. There's a narrow time window when you have that fossil fuel availability at a maximum. We're in that narrow slice, but that narrow slice of time must overlap the narrow slice that we get for optimal solar luminosity stability. And the fact that they all line up at that one moment tells us certainly this is the handiwork of God. Now, Brandon Carter, the British cosmologist, developed a philosophical application for this incredible anthropic principle inequality. But I'll give credit to my wife. I think she's come up with a better one. And I've done a number of weddings, officiated a number of weddings. And what amazes me about the wedding ceremony, if you take out the music part and some of the remarks that the father of the bride might make, it's about a 20-minute ceremony. And in America, the average wedding costs about $20,000. In Asia, it's much more money, but here we're cheapskates. It's just $20,000. And if you look at the time that's spent in preparing for that 20-minute window, it adds up to about 1 man year. Well, I think more accurately we would call it 1 woman year, since the ladies tend to spend more time on this. But you might argue, would the father of the bride be insane to spend $20,000 on something that lasts 20 minutes? Or would the bride and her mother spend a whole year of work preparing for that 20 minutes? We don't think they're insane because of how valuable that 20-minute moment is. Because that 20 minutes is a joining together of two families and establishing a man and a woman and a lifelong relationship that's going to be a testimony of the gospel to the world. Every time I do a wedding, I weave the gospel right into it. How the bride represents the church and the groom represents Christ. So it has incredible, not only physical significance and emotional significance, but spiritual significance as well. But it was Brandon Carter that pointed out, not a believer, he said, this anthropic principle inequality, I don't know everything that it means, but at a minimum it tells me there's somebody beyond the universe who puts an extremely high value on us human beings and a very high purpose. Nothing else, he says, can explain the significance of this enormous inequality, factor of million inequality. But I remember being on the airplane with this atheist quantum physicist. He asked me about 8 questions over the course of 2 hours about the universe. And one of the questions he asked was a decay question. He says, we live in a universe that has an extremely high measure of entropy. In fact, nothing is more entropic. Nothing is decaying at a more rapid rate than the whole universe itself. And he says, everywhere we look, we see decay. Now, this is actually something you see in the Bible. Romans 8 speaks about this pervasive law of decay in affecting the entirety of the universe. And so his question is, if God is all-powerful and all-loving, why all this decay? And so I explained to him that God designed the universe with this law of decay and the other laws of physics to make possible the redemption of billions of human beings, not over billions of years, but just thousands of years, accompanied with the permanent eradication of evil and the simultaneous enhancement of human free will. In other words, God gave the universe the best possible physics. In fact, I would argue this is where we see the greatest fine-tuning evidence of all. the universe being fine-tuned to be tools in God's hands to bring about the eradication of all evil and suffering, and to enable willing human beings to receive the offer of redemption through what Christ did on the cross, have an eternally secure relationship with Christ, and at the same time an enhanced free will and a greater capacity to love. And here's the Romans passage. The whole creation has been groaning under its bondage to decay. Now, as an astronomer, I can tell you, it's not possible to separate the space dimensions of the universe from the time dimension of the universe. So when this text talks about the entire universe, it's not talking about just the entire spatial geography, it's also talking about the entire temporality of the universe. The whole universe for the past 14 billion years has been subject to this pervasive law of decay. And sometimes I've taught to audiences where they dispute this idea that everything is decaying. I simply say, hey, look at one another. We're all evidences of ongoing decay with respect to time. But it's not all bad. The decay is such that it actually allows stars and planets to form. If the universe were decaying at a slower rate than what we observe, you wouldn't get galaxies forming or planets forming. Now, it's also true if you made it a greater level of decay, stars and planets would not form. The decay rate is fine-tuned to make possible, exquisitely fine-tuned, to make possible the galaxies, stars, and planets that are necessary for life. It's also exquisitely fine-tuned to allow plants to grow and to produce the food so that animals can digest that food and use that food to perform work. Unless these laws of physics were exquisitely fine-tuned, animals would not be possible, plants would not be possible. Now, these are some physical reasons for why we see this pervasive law of decay. There's also spiritual reasons, that it's optimal for the restraint of evil. It's optimal for preparing humans for their roles in the new creation. You know, several of us here have supervised graduate students, and one of our responsibilities as professors is we make our graduate students work hard. Or as I tell my graduate students, my job as your professor is to make you suffer at my hand. And what I find interesting, they'll actually pay a lot of money to my sponsoring institutions to suffer at my hand, and if I don't make them suffer enough, they complain to the dean. They want the suffering because they realize it will prepare them for a worthwhile, rewarding future career. Likewise, we're told in many of the New Testament texts, particularly Paul's writings and Peter's writings, that this is what's preparing us for future careers in the new creation. One of the things we notice is the decay rate is not so high as to discourage us from productive work. Now, we own a home in the Los Angeles basin up by the foothill mountains of the San Gabriels, and we've got a small backyard and a small front yard. My wife really likes that backyard and front yard to look a certain way. And so there'll be times where she encourages me to devote a whole Saturday to getting the front and backyard the way she wants it. But one of the things I've observed as a physicist, I can spend a whole Saturday getting it the way she wants. The laws of physics within 2 weeks are going to put it back to exactly where it was before I did any work at all. And so my wife has a hard time motivating me to do yard work because I realize I could put in all that time and within 2 weeks I'm back to square one. If the rate of decay were even slightly higher than what we see in the universe, I don't think my wife would ever be able to motivate me to do yard work. It's basically, hey, it would immediately decay, what's the point? Fortunately, 2 weeks is not so long that she can't motivate me to do it, at least on occasion. But the other thing we want to notice is the decay rate is not so low as to let human sin and evil go unrestrained. Something we see in the Garden of Eden. The very moment that Adam and Eve rebel against their Creator, God tells them that from that point forward, they will be experiencing more pain, more work, and more wasted time. That's what you see in Genesis 3. And that curse is simply a consequence of God having already established the laws of physics, guaranteeing ahead of time that once sin is brought into God's creation, the more we human beings sin, the more work we're going to have to do, the more time we're going to waste, and the more pain we're going to experience undoing the damage of the sin and evil that we introduce. And biologically, God designed us in such a way that none of us enjoys extra pain, extra work, or wasted time. You also see throughout the Bible exhortations to those in authority. When you discipline the evildoers, discipline them in such a way that they'll experience more pain, more work, and more wasted time. That's the way you can encourage them to avoid evil and to pursue a virtuous pathway. And in the process discover you can't do it by yourself. I mean, if we try to undo this damage of our sin and evil, we quickly discover that there's limitations. And those limitations are designed to motivate us to go to the only one that can really deliver us from the consequences of our evil and sin. And this extends not only to the law of decay, but the law of gravity, the law of electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, and even our space-time dimensionality. One thing we notice in terms of time, we're all constrained to a single dimension of time. And the constraint is more than that. We're in a dimension of time where time cannot be stopped or reversed. And we're limited by 3 dimensions of space. Moreover, 3 dimensions of space that are rapidly expanding from the cosmic creation event. What this does, number one, it limits our human contacts. And because of how big the space dimensions are, it separates us from one another. So for example, if I got an evil thought in my mind where I want to do malice on someone I know in Germany, chances are I'm not going to be able to do much about it. I'm going to be limited by the space-time dimensionality God has imposed on me from being able to carry that out. The other thing you notice in Genesis chapter 6 is that here we have humanity living 800, 900 years, but it brings about untold multiplication of evil in the human species. Easy to understand. If you've got a serial killer living to be 900 years, they're going to kill a lot of people in 900 years. And who are they going to kill? They typically don't kill other serial killers. We notice that today. They go after the righteous. And so quickly, the human population weeded out the righteous and left just these wicked people there. But God in Genesis 6:3 shortens our lifespan to a maximum of about 120 years, which means that an Adolf Hitler is not able to do as much killing as he wanted to do. I mean, that's what happened in 1944. His doctors told him, "You're dying of Parkinson's disease." And just the knowledge that his life was soon going to come to end caused Adolf Hitler, especially in the last year of the war, to make decisions that basically limited the amount of people he intended to kill. He actually had a plan not only to eradicate Jewry from Europe, he had a plan to eradicate the German population. He was not able to carry it out. In fact, the last year of the war, he was speeding around in a special train all over Germany, exterminating German leaders left and right. But he couldn't get to all of them. He was limited in space, and he was limited in time. So the space-time dimensionality also is designed to be a factor in dealing with evil. But the bottom line is there has to be some ultimate hope, purpose, and destiny for each one of us. The universe has been designed for us. It's been designed to bring about the end of evil. It's been designed to allow us to see everything from the cosmic creation event forward. But here's the difference when you compare the Bible with the other religions of the world in the context of the problem of evil. Why the other religions really don't offer anything. The other religions offer the equivalent of a one creation model. Now, yes, they do talk about heaven, but they talk about heaven in a way that's comprehensible within our laws of physics and space-time dimensions. Only the Bible offers a true two creation model. The very good creation we see in Genesis 1, the best possible creation to eliminate evil and suffering, and to enhance the free will capability of those who choose God's offers of redemption. But following this creation will be a brand new creation, where there's no possibility for evil ever to exist. And because there's no possibility for evil, God no longer has to put chains around the new creation of gravity, thermodynamics, of the nuclear forces, or the space-time dimensions. Now he has the freedom to create a brand new realm, the ultimate creation. So this creation is a very good creation, but the ultimate perfect creation is yet to come. God will not bring it about until the problem of evil is done. You see that in Romans 8:23. Let me give you a quick overview of what I would refer to as the two creation model. I think you'll see why only this biblical two creation model offers a satisfactory answer to why there presently is evil and suffering in the world. Now, even before number one, and this is something I'll talk about tomorrow evening, how there are passages in the Bible that tell us God begins his works of redemption before he creates anything, which implies that everything that God creates is for the purpose of redemption. That's my message of tomorrow evening. But following God's working out this plan of redemption and initiating his works of redemption, he creates our universe of matter, energy, space, and time. And then very carefully designs and fine-tunes the universe and the earth for the entry of us human beings. And he places Adam and Eve in Eden, in this idyllic paradise in the Garden of Eden. But here's something you see in the text. Now that we got Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, God opens the gate to the Garden of Eden and invites into the garden Satan. Who is Satan? First of all, Satan's the first sinner. Adam's not the first sinner. Satan's the first sinner. And Satan, we're told, is the most powerful being that God created. He's the most intelligent, the wisest, the most powerful. And God has him come into the Garden of Eden. Keep in mind, God had the option of keeping Satan away from humanity for the rest of eternity. God did not choose that option. He recognized that by bringing Satan in the Garden of Eden, we human beings would be exposed to the greatest challenge in the context of evil. Now let me give you an analogy. You know, Gary and I both have PhD degrees. You know what that PhD means? It's a guarantee that neither one of us will ever have to be tested for our competency in our specific disciplines, based on the idea that you and I have already been subjected to the most difficult tests possible in the context of our disciplines, so it's pointless to test us again. And so we get that guarantee. Well, likewise, God is providing us with a guarantee by exposing us to the most difficult challenge in the context of evil. If we can pass that challenge, nothing can ever encourage us to use our free will for evil intent for the rest of eternity. We will have passed the most difficult tests. Now let me tell you a story. When I came to the University of Toronto as a freshman graduate student, there were 13 of us in the freshman class. And the professors in the astronomy department sat us down. And they said, "You 13 are the cream of the crop. We know you're all intelligent. We know you're all prepared to work very hard. Otherwise, you would have never gotten in here. We here on the professorial staff are here to help you and to assist you. But we guarantee that the program we're taking you through is way too challenging for you to pass it without our help. If you refuse our help, you will not get the PhD. We're here, we're available, please come to us." Okay, of the 13 of us, only 6 of us got the PhD. 2 of my peers wound up spending more than a year in the mental hospital. In fact, what's interesting, they had the 16-story physics and astronomy tower where we all worked. Right next door was a 12-story mental hospital. And we felt we needed corridors between the 2 buildings at different levels because of how many in the astronomy and physics department wound up spending time there.
It happened in the history department too.
Well, some of my professors were in there as well, so quite the place. But the whole point is this. My professors said they were available to help, but they did not give me a guarantee that if I took their help, I would pass. Because some of my peers did take their help and still did not pass. God gives us a guarantee. He basically tells us you can't pass this test by yourself. Satan is way more powerful than you are. But if you come to me for help, I guarantee you will pass this most difficult test. And that's an offer he makes to all human beings. So he explains why God invited Satan into the Garden of Eden. And it's God himself who conquers evil on the cross. And then he brings this redemptive offer to all the people groups of the world. And then there reaches a point, as it says in Romans 8, when the full number of humans that God intends to redeem will be redeemed. And when that happens, God permanently eradicates evil and places redeemed humans in their new home, not this universe, but a brand new creation, where we humans will rule with Christ over the angels. You say, why over the angels? The angels watch the grace of God in operation, and those of us who are followers of Jesus Christ. We who are followers experience the grace of God. And it's because of that special training, a time will come when we'll be rulers and judges and teachers over the angels, but also over everything else God chooses to create in the new creation. And there's actually a hint of that in Revelation 21. And what does it say about our blessed home in the future? I am making everything new. It's going to be nothing like this creation. As Paul says, it's beyond what any of us can think or imagine. And I'm just going to wrap this up pretty quickly. Normally I take 10 minutes to go through the description of what we got to look forward to in the new creation, but I want to leave some time for questions and discussion. We're told that the new creation begins immediately after the removal of evil. It's not the paradise of the Garden of Eden. It's way better than the Garden of Eden. Otherwise, why would God bring Satan? If that was the ultimate, there's no reason to bring Satan in there. But God is promising something far better. Because our parents in the Garden of Eden lacked something that we who are followers of Jesus Christ presently possess. We possess eternal security. They did not possess eternal security. The first creation is removed. As God spoke the universe into existence, a time will come when he will speak it out of existence. And several passages describe exactly how that will happen. And some of my cosmologist friends think they've actually found the model that's consistent with those biblical texts of God removing the universe. It's going to be a much bigger place than this planet Earth. I mean, this planet Earth, after all, is way too small to house the number of humans that God intends to redeem. It's going to be a place where nothing decays. It tells us that explicitly in Revelation 21. No decay. What does that mean? It means everything you create will need zero maintenance. I mean, everything we create in this world because of thermodynamics, at least for every 2 hours I spend creating, an hour has to go to maintaining what I create. There won't be any need to invest that hour in the new creation. It's a place where nothing dies. No death, no disease, no disabilities, no injuries. It's a place where there's no gravity and no electromagnetism. Say, how do you know that? It talks about this building, 1,500 miles on each side with corners. That violates the law of gravity. There's a reason why all cosmic bodies bigger than 300 kilometers across are spherical in shape. Gravity forces those spherical shapes. And yet we have something described in Revelation 21 that's much bigger than that. It also tells the new creation, no shadows, no darkness, no stars, no sun, because everything will emanate with light. That's not electromagnetism. It's a completely different kind of light. And it's a place where there's no grief, no remorse. I don't have time to go into that. There's reasons why we will not even have grief or remorse over those human beings that choose to spend eternity away from God. It's not going to be length, width, height, and time. It's going to be completely different dimensions. It may not even be space-time dimensions, but we do know there are dimensions. There's an angel with a measuring rod. It's a place of unimaginable joy, beauty, and peace, unimaginable reward and splendor. We're told none of us can possibly think or imagine how great the reward, the beauty, and splendor will be. It's a place of continual fellowship with God. It'll be a place of very fulfilling, purposeful careers, not just for a few decades, but for all eternity. They're going to be fulfilled in your career. Relationship limits will be limited, and our free will capacity will be expanded. Let me just finish this little description with a story of what happened when I signed my name in the back of a Gideon Bible, giving my life to Jesus Christ. I began to imagine life in the new creation and just saying, wouldn't it be incredible? I mean, we just heard Gary talk about these amazing apostles that we see in the New Testament. Don't you yearn to have a private afternoon office appointment with John, with Paul, with David, with Moses, and all the other heroes we see in the text? And I began to calculate the minimum number of redeemed human beings that will be there in the new creation. It exceeds about 35 billion human beings. That's conservative. It could be more. Okay. And I said, my name is Ross. I'm towards the end of the alphabet. If I try to get on the Apostle Paul's appointment calendar, I'm going to be waiting a really, really long time. In fact, I actually calculated how many tens of millions of years I'd have to wait before a 2-hour slot opens up on the Apostle Paul's appointment calendar. However, what I read in Revelation 21, we will be one as the Father and Son are one. There will be no marriages in the new creation. I discussed this with my wife, and I made the point. I think God's going to deliver us into geometric time in the new creation. We'll no longer be constrained to one dimension of time because there will no longer be the evil that requires us to be constrained to linear time. And if we're in geometric time, I'll be able to spend eternity with my wife where we're never apart from one another, just side by side for the rest of eternity. But that will not limit me from having a similar relationship with every other human being, an angel, and God himself in the new creation. And my friend, our philosopher on staff, Ken Sample, said, Hugh, I'm not so happy about this. I need my cave time where I'm all by myself. And I said, well, in geometric time, you can have a whole dimension of time where you're all by yourself for all of eternity, but simultaneously you can be having these intimate, eternal relationships with every other being in the new creation. He says, oh, okay, I think I can handle that part. But this leaves us with life's greatest question. A question you see in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, or chapter 2, verse 3. How shall we escape if we ignore such a great salvation? And here's what I'm suggesting. One reason why non-Christians that we engage will often just dismiss our presentation of what we're offering through Jesus Christ, they don't recognize the magnitude of what Christ suffered for them on the cross. That's another whole talk. But they also don't recognize the magnitude of what's being offered to them in the new creation. Now, the Apostle Paul said, no eye has seen, no ear has heard, no mind has conceived what God has prepared for those who love him. But as the same Apostle Paul has said, every day, spend some time meditating on your future reward and encourage one another with what you come up with. Yes, it's impossible to imagine how great and wonderful it will be, but do your best to try. And whatever you come up with, realize God's offering something even better than that. And share that with one another. It will help you live a righteous life here and now and get ready for your future careers in the new creation. If you want to read more, you can check this out, why the universe is the way it is. But yeah, I got about 6 minutes left for questions and discussion, so whatever you want to raise up.
Questions? Who's got a question? Okay.
Hugh, when you read the quote right at the beginning from Brief History of Time, I think it was,
Yes.
where he made the joke about how big the universe is for no reason. If it's, I won't say this easy to calculate, but if bright minds can calculate this, why wouldn't he, of all people, be able to see that all that is needed to have this?
Well, that's where I see the rebellion in Stephen Hawking's heart. Now, I don't think he's an atheist. I think he's a deist, because he really does think that there's some causal agent beyond space and time that created everything. His research partner, Roger Penrose, is a theist. Neither one of them are Christians. And yeah, I've often asked this question, why is Hawking making these statements? As an astronomer, he's got to know are simply not true. I mean, it's well understood that we need all this stuff for physical light to be possible. Why is he blind to that? And in his book, The Grand Design, he basically made the point, we've solved the origin of life. Well, we haven't. I mean, there is no naturalistic explanation of the origin of life. He said all these planets we're discovering are just like our solar system planets. The truth is, none of them are like any of our solar system planets. What we're seeing with all these discoveries, the solar system is unique in its characteristics to sustain life. So why is he ignoring all that? Well, something you see in a brief history of time is the statement that his goal in life is to gain the mind of God, to know as much as God knows. And he says, I don't mean just to know all the physics. I mean to actually know everything that's going on in the free will capability of human beings and how God predetermines everything that happens. I literally want to know everything that God knows. Well, there's a character in Scripture who had the same goal. He was the one that God invited into the Garden of Eden. And likewise, we see with Satan that his desire to be equal with God caused him to begin to think irrationally and illogically. And I think that's happening in the life of Stephen Hawking.
Does he show no awareness of this kind of answer?
Well, what's interesting about Stephen, a friend of mine, Don Page, who is a Christian at Caltech, a theoretical physicist, when he arrived at Cambridge, there was no place to live for him, and Stephen and Jane Hawking invited him into their home. And Don said, well, look, it's my practice to begin every day with Bible study and prayer. And Stephen said, well, we'll join you. So literally for a 4-year period, Stephen was having a prayer and Bible study with his wife Jane and with Don Page. But something that I heard from Don, and also Jane put it in one of her writings, with Stephen, you can talk about God. But as soon as you veer into the personality of God, you get the famous Hawking smirk, which means I'm not listening to anything you're saying. There's a shutdown at that point. So unlike his partner, Roger Penrose, he's okay with God, but not with a personal God. Because with a personal God, then suddenly you've got a being who's evaluating your life.
He's shutting all this down.
He's shutting all this down, yeah. And if it can happen to a man that brilliant, it can happen to any one of us. Thank you, and indeed that's our focus. We develop new reasons to believe in the Bible as the inspired, inerrant Word of God. Based on the principle you see in Psalms and Job, that the more we learn about nature, the more evidence we find for the handiwork of God and for the reliability of these Bible manuscripts you see there at the back. As you can tell by this slide, we're on many different social media sites, so take advantage of that. I actually have a 724 YouTube channel, so you can watch Reasons to Believe videos nonstop for the rest of your life. Okay, as I mentioned before, you can text Hugh to 31996, so that's your portal to all kinds of free materials, including this DVD and other DVDs. You'll also see there a page, several pages, where I talk about the 4 most significant scientific evidences that have brought educated atheists to faith in Christ. In fact, these 4 were on Anthony Fleur's list. The origin of the universe, the design of the universe that makes life possible, the origin of life, and the origin of human beings. And good news is we got a full-length book linked to each one of those. So you can look at that, and also articles. But what I want to talk about today are cosmic reasons to believe in Jesus Christ. I'm going to begin with a question. You know, almost everybody today believes in the Big Bang model for the origin of the universe. But who is the first human to really lay out all the features of Big Bang cosmology? Anybody care to guess? Okay, this is a rather tepid audience here. Typically the answers I get are Albert Einstein. And he was the one that laid out the theoretical model of the Big Bang. Others I get are Abbe Lemaitre. He was the first one to speak about the universe expanding from a cosmic creation event. George Gamow. But the real answer is Moses and Job, Isaiah, Jeremiah. They were the first to speak about the Big Bang. In fact, what I'm going to show you is how in the Old Testament we see all the fundamental features of Big Bang cosmology laid out thousands of years before a single scientist even had a hint that the universe had these characteristics. And literally 1,000 years ago, Jewish theologians were writing tomes basically drawing this material of the Bible and saying, in the future, scientists will discover that this is true. And scientists didn't make those discoveries until the 20th century. Now, a lot of people think that this whole idea of whether or not there's design in the universe, and this whole argument is about intelligent design, whether or not there's a designer. It was Paul Davies who said the impression of design is overwhelming. And I'm here to tell you that the scientific debate that you see in the scientific peer-reviewed literature, it's not about design. Everybody talks about design. The real question is, who or what is responsible for the design? Even the atheists will admit that what they're looking at is designed, but they'll claim that some materialistic process is responsible for the design instead of the God of the Bible. The scientific debate really focuses on who or what is this designer? And a couple of questions. Is the evidence for the Creator's intervention in making possible this design shrinking or growing as we learn more and more? Again, back to Job and Psalms. Is it really true that the more we learn about the universe, the more evidence that we see that it points to the intelligent designing efforts of the God of the Bible? And a second question is, can we eliminate some or all the alternate explanations? So we do it reasons to believe is not just look at the scientific evidence to see if there's a God. We look at it in more detail to see, does this point to the God of the Bible, or does it allow room for the God of Hinduism, or the God of Buddhism, or the God of Islam? And our whole point is we live at a time when the scientific evidence is more than potent enough to eliminate those alternate possibilities. It does focus on the God of the Bible. And so we'll be talking about the evidence for a God that transcends space and time. Hinduism and Buddhism say God creates within space and time. The Bible says God creates independent of space and time, and for a personal, loving Creator. A little bit about my personal testimony. It was Big Bang cosmology that brought me to begin to study the Bible. I'd been studying astronomy since I was 7 years of age. And in fact, the first book I read on cosmology was a book by Sir Fred Hoyle, Nature of the Universe. It was a brand new book when I picked it up at age 7 in our public school library. And this is what Fred says in his book. Let me pull this back here for you. Yeah. There's a good deal of cosmology in the Bible. It is a remarkable conception. Now, if you get this book, it's just filled with hatred towards the Christian faith and towards the idea that the Bible is any credible document. And Fred basically espouses a Hindu worldview. But he did make this important point. I remembered that at age 7. Never looked at the book again. But when I began to go through the world's holy books, starting in age 17 and 18, I realized that what he wrote was true. The Bible says more than 10 times as much about the origin and history of the universe than all the rest of the holy books of the religions of the world combined. And there's 4 things. There's more than these 4, but these are 4 things that the Bible repeatedly declares about the universe. Number 1, you'll find more than a dozen Bible texts that speak about the universe arising from a singularity beginning. Now, you're not going to find the word singularity in the Bible. That's a physics term that means the universe is traceable back to an actual beginning of all matter, energy, space, and time. And then the Bible speaks repeatedly about how the universe expands from that singularity beginning. It expands under laws of physics that never change. And one of those laws is a pervasive law of decay. Now, I'm going to show you where in the Bible it makes these 4 claims, and then follow each one up with how science has established that each of these biblical claims is true, and how this points to the God of the Bible. Now, some of this we've already covered when I went through the book of the first chapter of the Bible, Genesis 1. I introduced you to the latest of the space-time theorems. Actually, it's not quite the latest. There's some that come out since. But today, there are over 30 space-time theorems. And this particular one I brought here with me. You can take a look at it. It's got this wonderful title, Inflationary Space-Times Are Not Past Incomplete. My wife is an English professor, says, where do they come up with these titles? But hey, this is a paper you can't put down once you start reading it. If you like tensor calculus, you're just going to love this paper. But it ends with a paragraph that we all can understand. And the summary is this. Any universe that expands on average has a space-time beginning, which implies a causal agent beyond space and time, outside or transcendent to space and time, who creates space-time, matter, and energy. Now, two of the authors of this paper, Arvind Borde and Alexander Vilenkin, spent the previous 10 years before they published this paper trying to find a loophole. Because these space-time theorems were saying there's a space-time beginning implying this causal agent. They said, is there some way we can conceive of the universe where we're not stuck with this theological implication of a creative entity beyond space and time? Now, I've read those papers. They did find loopholes, but every one of these models of the universe would not permit the existence of physical life. And that's the whole basis here. Only a universe that expands on average throughout its history has the possibility of containing physical life. And their paper basically says any such cosmic model indeed has a space-time beginning, implying a causal agent. Now, I'll give you the latest update. You'll see this in the 4th edition of the Crater and the Cosmos, which we're bringing out in February and March. People like Sean Carroll, atheist theoretical physicist at Caltech, said these space-time theorems are only valid back to the Planck era. You say, what on earth is that? That refers to the first split second of the existence of the universe, basically between time equals 0 and time equals 10 to the minus 43 seconds. And you say, boy, that's really a tiny piece of a second. Indeed it is. But what has happened in the last, about 14 months is that astronomers have been able to look at the images of distant quasars and galaxies and realize as that light passes over the light travel path to our telescopes, it magnifies the space-time fluctuations that exist in the Planck era. Because that's the whole basis of these atheist models, that the quantum space-time fluctuations are large. And they say, well, you can't prove me wrong because we have no way of measuring it. Well, we actually do have a way of measuring it. And the measurements tell us that quantum space-time fluctuations are way too small for Sean Carroll's quantum eternity theorem to hold. Basically telling us the space-time theorems are valid all the way back to t equals 0. Now, as Alexander Vilenkin, I've showed you this already, went through Genesis, and I think we also saw this quote in your talk, Frank. You gave that quote as well. And Alexander Vilenkin, one of the 3 authors of the space-time theorem, said, with the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. And I would add one word there. There is no empirical escape. Because that's where Sean Carroll jumped in and says, well, there's a non-empirical escape where we can speculate. But that door has now been closed, thanks to these observations of distant quasars and galaxies. Because for the quantum space-time fluctuations to be large enough, it would have to blur the images, and the images are not blurred. They're crystal clear, sharp. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. And the problem is a theological one. Proof of a space-time beginning implies a causal agent beyond space and time who creates our universe as space-time, matter, and energy. In other words, some kind of God exists. And over lunch, we were talking about how the latest books being put out by atheist astronomers and physicists have now conceded a deistic worldview, including even Lawrence Krauss. You can pick up his book, A Universe from Nothing, and on page 173, he states, quote, "One cannot rule out such a deistic view of nature. Because of the force of these space-time theorems, deism cannot be taken off the table." And so when I'm engaging atheists, physicists, and astronomers in public debates, what I now experience, the debate is no longer whether or not there's some kind of God. The debate is this God a personal being? And so people like Stephen Hawking and Lawrence Krauss are adamant that there's no personality behind this causal agent that brings the universe into existence. And if you ask them, they'll say, "I don't believe in God. All I believe in is an agent beyond space and time that brings the universe of matter, energy, space, and time into existence." But last time I checked, that is the dictionary definition of God. So, in fact, I was speaking at one of the NASA facilities, and the director came up to me and said, "I forbid you for ever using the word God in your talk." And I says, "Well, legally you can't do that." And he says, "Well, I'm going to usher you off the campus if you ever use the word God in the talk you're going to give." And I said, "Well, how about this? I won't use the word God, but I'll use the phrase, the causal agent beyond space and time who brings the universe into existence and personally fine-tuned designs it for the benefit of human beings." He says, "You can do that." So I have multiple opportunities to find God for the audience. So the idea of a transcendent God, a deistic God, is no longer an issue of debate. The debate is whether or not this God is a personal being, and did he design the universe and the earth for the specific benefit of our human beings? As you heard last night, did he actually go one step farther and design it for the redemption of billions of us human beings into a new created realm? Well, as much as the Bible says about the beginning of the universe, it actually says much more about the expansion of the universe. I believe Job is the oldest book of the Bible, and chapter 9, verse 8, Job says that God alone stretches out the heavens. And typically that's how it comes across in the English translations. It's God stretching out the universe. But actually, if you look at it in the original language, the verb that's translated stretching out is natah, and it means the expansion of what's being described. And I was once approached by the theologian John Ray, and he counseled me and says, "You need to use these passages in your talks." And I said, "Well, how secure is this exegetically and theologically?" He says, "It's very secure." And he pointed out to me that these 11 texts, we see the Hebrew verb natah in all 3 Hebrew verb forms. And he explained to me this rules out the possibility that these are mere figures of speech or metaphors. The texts are literally speaking about the continual, ongoing expansion of the universe. And he said, use it. And so John and I came out with an article back in the year 2000. Big Bang, the Bible taught it first. And I've actually used this several times in debates I've had with Michael Shermer, the executive director of the Skeptic Society. Because here's the point. No scientist even dreamed of the concept of an expanding universe until the 20th century. And yet we have these 6 different Bible authors speaking about the expansion of the universe literally thousands of years before any astronomer or physicist even dreamed up the concept. Powerful evidence that the Bible has predictive power. That the Bible accurately predicts future scientific discoveries. That's evidence of what you see there at the back tables, that the Bible indeed is the inspired, inerrant, authoritative word of a God. Now, I've written several books on why we can be confident that we live in an expanding universe. The 4th edition of The Creator and the Cosmos will give you the latest proofs that we live in such a universe. I'm not going to give you the most compelling or rigorous evidence we live in an expanding universe. That evidence tends to be a tad on the technical side. What I am going to do instead is just show you some visual evidence. And this is thanks to the Hubble Space Telescope. These are just 2 images. If you want to go on the NASA website, you can find about 20 more. But what I've done here is to show you 2 parts of the universe. One where we're looking 12 billion light years away, another where we're looking 2 billion light years away. Now, I put them both to the same spatial scale. So the space scale is identical on both of them. And what you notice when you look 12 billion light years away, and hence the light took us 12 billion years to reach our telescope, you're seeing galaxies jammed so tightly together, they're literally tearing spiral arms off one another. But as you move forward 10 billion years, you see that the galaxies have expanded apart from one another. You'll also notice the galaxies are a little bit bigger. The reason why they're bigger is when galaxies are close together, you get lots of merging events, which makes the galaxies bigger and bigger. You can also see that the colors change, and that's simply evidence of 10 billion years of a stellar aging. But demonstrates visually that indeed, as the universe gets older and older, the galaxies spread farther and farther apart from one another, exactly as you'd expect if the universe was experiencing ongoing continual expansion. Now, 7 places in the Bible it tells us that the laws that govern the heavens and the earth do not change. Probably the most explicit text of this is Jeremiah 33. Encourage you to read the whole chapter, because you read the whole chapter, God speaks to the Jews and say, you're always changing your mind. You don't know who to worship. You're always changing your mind. I'm a God that never changes. And so this is the clearest text in the Old Testament where God speaks about his immutability, how we worship a God who's utterly changeless in his characteristics. And he says, as evidence of my changelessness, my immutability, look at the laws that govern the heavens and the earth. As they don't change, I don't change. But there's other texts as well, like Romans 8, which refers to the entire creation being subject to the law of decay. And what we notice in astronomy is it's not possible to separate the space dimensions from the time dimension. So you hear us speaking about the 4 space-time geometry of the universe, because time literally behaves like a 4th space dimension. And so we can look at this text in Romans 8, and it's basically making the point that no matter where you go in the space-time realm of the universe, the law of decay predominates. It pervades everywhere. And indeed, that's something we astronomers observe. Everywhere we look, we see the second law of thermodynamics in effect. And it's in effect at exactly the same rate we see here on Earth in the present time. Spatially, we observe that, and temporally, we observe that. Other texts you can go to is, if you read on in Romans 8, it says that this law of decay will remain in effect until the full number of human beings that God intends to redeem indeed have been redeemed. And if you go forward into Revelation 21, there is a time when the laws of physics will be changed, but only when evil has been completely and eternally eradicated. And that's a comment I made last night. God set up the laws of gravity and thermodynamics, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear force, because those are optimally designed by God to be tools in his hands to make a rapid, efficient conquest and eradication of evil. But once evil no longer exists, there's no longer a need for those laws. So a time will come when God will replace them. But the whole universe is subject to these laws that don't change. Now, I read all this when I was studying the Bible for the first time at age 17. I was a young astronomy student, so it was very interesting to me, and recognized that if these 4 statements of the Bible are true, the Bible is actually predicting that the universe will get colder and colder as it gets older and older in a highly predictable way. Now let me try to unpack this for you. Okay, most of you probably got here through some kind of automobile engine. And the automobile engine operates on the principle that if you expand the piston chamber, the temperature drops and the gasoline stops burning. If you compress the piston chamber, the temperature goes up and it will ignite the gasoline. If you've got a diesel engine, you don't need a spark plug. The compression by itself is enough to ignite the gasoline. That's a principle that applies to everything in the universe. If you expand the system, it gets colder. If you compress the system, it gets warmer. That's how stars form. You get this big ball of gas, and as that ball of gas compresses under gravity, it finally reaches a temperature that ignites nuclear fusion. That principle applies to the universe. Now, I was in a debate at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and my debate partner was a quantum physics professor there at the university, an atheist. And he said, Dr. Ross, I've seen you give lots of qualitative predictions of how the Bible anticipates future scientific discoveries. But I'm a skeptic. I want to see a quantitative prediction. Not just a qualitative prediction, but a quantitative prediction. And so after the debate, we talked about that. And this is what I was able to show, is the solid curve there. Just take these four statements. Space-time beginning, continual expansion from a beginning, under laws of physics that don't change, where one of those laws is a pervasive law of decay. And if you know the age of the universe, you get that solid curve. So those four biblical statements, plus the age of the universe, gives you that solid curve. Now, overlapping that curve are actual measurements we astronomers have made of the past temperature of the universe, specifically the past temperature of the radiation left over from the cosmic creation event. And as you can see, the measurements fit that curve. The best measurement of all is that one in the middle. And you notice I don't have an error bar on that. Why? Because the error bar is much, much thinner than the thickness of the line, and it's right on top of that line. And so this gives you a demonstration of how thousands of years ago, the Bible predicted the rate at which the universe would cool, and notice we see a near perfect fit with the measurements that we can make and that biblically predicted curve. Now, there are other ways that you can show how the Bible makes numerical quantitative predictions of scientific discoveries. As I mentioned in my talk on Genesis 1, part of my testimony was by age 19, realizing there was over 300 places in the Bible where it had accurately predicted scientific discoveries, centuries, millennia in advance of scientists recognizing that these were true statements of the created realm. Today, we know what are the factors that govern the expansion of the universe. And I mentioned this briefly last night, but let me quickly review. One factor is gravity. Gravity will work to slow down the cosmic expansion. But something that was just discovered in 1999 tells us that there's another factor that works to accelerate the expansion of the universe. Two massive bodies attract one another, which means massive bodies in the universe will work to slow down the expansion. But something called dark energy will work to accelerate the expansion of the universe. Dark energy is energy that is embedded in the space surface of the universe. We now know it makes up nearly 3/4 of all the stuff of the universe. I find it interesting that not until the 21st century did we even know about 3/4 of all the stuff that makes up the universe. And the way dark energy works, as the space surface gets bigger and bigger as the universe expands, and keep in mind, all the matter and energy is constrained to the three-dimensional surface of the four-dimensional expansive universe. Everything is on the surface, but it's not like the surface of the Earth that has thickness. Won't go into the details. Okay. But as that surface gets bigger and bigger, dark energy becomes progressively more and more powerful in its ability to expand the universe. And that's how we discovered it. We looked at the past expansion rates of the universe and discovered for the first half of the universe's history, the expansion was slowing down because gravity dominated dark energy. But once the universe got big enough, dark energy began to dominate gravity. So for the last half of the universe's history, the universe has been expanding at a more and more rapid rate. So next year it'll expand more rapidly than it has. And somebody asked me, how much of this accelerating expansion of the universe will explain the expansion of my waistline? Okay, it's much less than a quadrillionth of an inch per year, so it's probably not going to do much to explain the expansion of your waistline, but it is a factor. Okay, but as I mentioned last night, the expansion rate of the universe determines what kind of bodies you're going to get in the universe. expand the universe too rapidly from the cosmic creation event, all you're going to get is dispersed gas, and there's no possibility for life. But expand it too slowly from the cosmic creation event, gravity will collect everything into nothing but black holes and neutron stars, where molecules and atoms are impossible. And we now calculated the degree you have to fine-tune that dark energy. It has to be fine-tuned to 1 part in 10 to the 122nd place. And I think I shared this with you yesterday as well, is that if we compare the degree of fine-tuning of dark energy that makes possible the existence of galaxies, stars, and planets so that physical life is possible, compare that degree of fine-tuning design to the degree of fine-tuning design and the epitome of engineering creativity and inventiveness. Dark energy wins by a factor of 10 trillion 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 times. 10 to the 97 times. And this is where we can draw the conclusion. We're not only looking at a God that created space and time and matter and energy, we're looking at a God that must be a personal being. Because this epitome of human inventiveness and engineering design, the gravity wave telescope that exists in Louisiana and the state of Washington, it was invented by Caltech and MIT physicists. It was designed by them and funded by the US government. What this comparison shows us is that the one that designed dark energy to make possible our existence, at a minimum, is 10 to the 97 times more intelligent and more knowledgeable than those Caltech and MIT physicists. Now, I got to meet and work with these people. They're not dumb. They rank as some of the most brilliant humans on the planet. And yet the one that designed dark energy is 10 to the 97 times more intelligent and more knowledgeable. Or I can make another comparison. The one that designed this dark energy must be at least 10 to the 97 times better funded than the US government that enabled us to make these amazing machines. And I think you get the drift here. We're talking about a personal God because only a personal being can manifest the attributes of intellect, knowledge, creativity, and power. And we're looking at a personal being that has personal capabilities that are far, far beyond anything we human beings can do or even conceive of. Now, I explained elements of that in my talk last night. What I want to share with you, this is not just a conclusion that people like me, who are astrophysicists and Christians, are espousing. It's actually also being espoused by theoretical physicists who have an atheistic worldview. And so I brought with me here a research paper that, again, I think you'll all enjoy reading, Disturbing Implications of a Cosmological Constant. Cosmological constant is another term for dark energy. Yeah, and 3 theoretical physicists wrote this paper. You got Lisa Dyson, Matthew Kleben, and Leonard Susskind. 3 theoretical physicists, all having an atheistic worldview, published this paper, basically talking about the consequences if indeed the universe is dominated by dark energy. This paper caught the attention of Philip Ball. You say, who's Philip Ball? He was the past physics editor for the British journal Nature. Some think Nature ranks as the most prestigious scientific journal in the world. He's an atheist. He saw this paper and he decided to interview the 3 authors. And interviewing the 3 authors, he wound up publishing a short paper in the journal Nature. And what I'm going to do for you is pull a couple of quotes from that interview that Philip Ball published. Here's one quote. Arranging the universe as we think it is arranged, say the team, would have required a miracle. That's a remarkable statement coming from 3 atheist theoretical physicists. And what they mean is, if the universe indeed is governed by dark energy, then we are looking at a miracle. Here's the second quote. An unknown agent, namely one beyond space and time, intervened in the evolution, that is the history of the universe, for reasons of its own. And I think that explains the title of their paper, Disturbing Implications. Because basically what they were pointing out is if dark energy is real, then we have this agent beyond space and time performing miracles for reasons of his own. And for them, that was very disturbing. And so they wound up ending their paper, and you can read the statement afterwards if you like. This is the last sentence in their paper. Perhaps the only reasonable conclusion is we do not live in a world with a true cosmological constant. They basically ended their paper by saying dark energy can't be real. If dark energy is real, we have this agent beyond space and time performing miracles for reasons of his own. That's just too disturbing. Therefore, we conclude dark energy can't be real. Now, the irony of this paper, it was published just 6 to 9 months before astronomers came up with 9 independent demonstrations that not only is dark energy real, it's the dominant component of the universe. Now, if you go to our reasons.org website, you'll see I've written a short article, about 1,000 words, on each of these 9 astronomical demonstrations. In fact, here's a list of the 9 evidences: galaxy cluster X-rays, type 1a supernova, maps of the cosmic background radiation, radio galaxy distributions. I won't go into the technical details, but there's a URL there where you can actually read those articles, and we've now updated it because today we have 25 independent astronomical demonstrations that not only is dark energy real, it's the dominant component of the universe, which means we really are stuck with a causal agent beyond space and time performing miracles for reasons of his own. Now, if you were to ask me as a scientist, what is the most spectacular measurable evidence we have for fine-tuning design? I would say it's dark energy. I think we're going to find some that are more spectacular than this, but today this ranks as the most spectacular measurable degree of fine-tuning design for the specific benefit of life. But it's not the only one. Frank mentioned some of these yesterday, is that if you look at the different features of the universe, in fact, this is not an exaggeration. Virtually every feature of the universe that we can measure and every feature of the laws of physics we can measure reveals this exceptionally high degree of fine-tuning design. So, for example, if you don't fine-tune the ratio of the gravitational force to the electromagnetic force, stars will either never form, or they'll form and immediately explode, or you're only going to get stars of a very narrow mass range. Either way, no possibility for life anytime, anywhere in the universe. The other thing we notice is you need to have the same number of protons in the universe to electrons. It's crucial for life to exist that we have the universe electrically neutral to better than 1 part in 10 to the 37th power. 1 part in 10 trillion, trillion, trillion. And the list goes on. Now, we began to notice this in the late 1980s. And so starting in the 1990s, our team of scientists began thorough surveys of the scientific literature and trying to accumulate a list of these features that show this remarkable degree of fine-tuning design, basically putting to the test the biblical claim that the more we learn about the universe, the more evidence we'll see for the supernatural handiwork of God. Well, this is how that list has evolved over time. We began the research study in 1991, and at that time we found 17 features in the published scientific literature showing this remarkable degree of fine-tuning design, and what you can see as time goes on, the list gets longer and longer. In fact, I now have an enormous list of papers published after 2006 that we're still trying to update. I can tell you the list is well over 200 today, making that point that the more we learn about the universe, the more evidence indeed we see. And you can go to reasons.org/fine-tuning or fine-tuning, doesn't matter how you spell it. That will bring up for you a 300-page compendium that we keep on our website. Open access, it's free, and you'll see all the documented evidence and citations to the scientific literature. But hey, if you want a 1-sentence summary, you'll find in Hebrews 1:10, the heavens are the work of your hands. Now, it's not just at the largest size scale we see this evidence for fine-tuning design. We see it at every size scale, all the way down to fundamental particles. But as an astronomer, let me just look at the astronomical size scales we can investigate. So one thing we notice is, if you want life, you need a highly fine-tuned universe. But you also need a highly fine-tuned cluster of galaxies. And we've looked at literally tens of thousands of clusters of galaxies. The only one we see that has the characteristics that would permit the existence of life is the local group in which we live. And over 200 different features of our Milky Way galaxy must be fine-tuned to make advanced life possible in our Milky Way galaxy, which makes it difficult for me to watch any of the Star Wars movies, because every one of them starts off with a galaxy far, far away. We've looked far, far away. We don't see any. The Milky Way remains alone with the necessary characteristics. So maybe they need to rewrite the scripts for all those movies. Okay, a just right star. This has been a search for 60 years. My colleagues have been looking for stars that would be a sufficient twin of the sun that it could be a candidate to have a planet orbiting it on which advanced life is possible. I've got friends who are involved in the search for extraterrestrial intelligent life. They're looking at all these planets. What I tell them is this: don't bother to look until you got a candidate star. And stars are much easier to measure than planets. And indeed, we've looked at tens of millions of stars. Many of them are twins of one another. But to this date, we've yet to find an adequate twin of the sun. And then we've now found planets beyond our solar system. Last night, the list was 3,711 planets that have been discovered and measured outside of our solar system. I remember back in 1995 when they found the first of these exoplanets. The anticipation was they're going to be just like our solar system planets. Well, as of today, not a single one of those 3,711 are like the Earth. In fact, none of them are like any of the 8 planets in our solar system. Basically revealing to the astronomical community that we need every one of those 8 to be exactly the way they are to make advanced life possible here on planet Earth. So when our family celebrated Thanksgiving last month, we thank God for Neptune, we thank God for Uranus, we thank God for Saturn and Jupiter and Venus. Why? Because all of them were critical in order for that turkey to be on our table on Thanksgiving morning. And we need a just right Earth. Over 400 different features of the Earth have to be fine-tuned. At last count, 22 different features of the moon must be fine-tuned. I wrote a blog article just a couple of weeks ago about how the brightness of the moon in the nighttime sky plays a critical role in optimizing the predator-prey relationships here on planet Earth. And just to give you a quick summary of this, we've looked at 1,389 spiral galaxies that are about the right size and mass to be a candidate to house life. Of those 1,389, 0 are sufficiently like the Milky Way to be a candidate for life to reside in that galaxy. Likewise, tens of millions of stars, but 0 are sufficiently like the sun. Planets, 3,711, and again, it's 0. Now, moons, we're restricted to looking at moons in our solar system, but we now recognize that our sun, our moon, sticks out like a sore thumb. You know, if you compare the mass of our moon to the mass of its host planet, it's 50 times more massive than any other moon in the solar system. 178 moons, but only our moon has the characteristics that would allow advanced life to be possible. Now, just like with the universe, we decided to undertake a research program beginning in 1995, basically looking through the published scientific literature and trying to accumulate a list of characteristics of our galaxy and planetary system that is necessary to make life possible. Now here we're not talking advanced life, we're talking microbial life. And back in 1995, we realized that there were 41 features that demonstrated a need for fine-tuning design. And even if the universe had as many planets as Carl Sagan conceived it might have, namely 100 billion trillion, even then, less than 1 chance in 10 to the 31 that all 41 features would be met without invoking the intervention of a miracle-performing God from beyond space and time. But this chart shows you how the evidence is accumulated with respect to time. And again, we're simply talking microbes. What I want you to notice is how dramatically the list has grown with respect to time, and especially this last column. What you'll see in that last column is, on average, the evidence for God's supernatural intervention to design our galaxy and planetary system for the capacity to have microbial life. It gets approximately a factor of 100,000 times stronger per month. Now, actually, it's about 1 million. I'm just being conservative. But this is why I can go in front of a university audience and tell the skeptics, if you're not convinced today, wait 1 month. In a single month, I'm convinced that the evidence will get at least a factor of 10,000 times stronger. The average is over 100,000. Where else can you go in Christian evidences and get a factor of 10,000 plus more proof in just 1 month? We live in an amazing time, the 21st century, where the evidence is accumulating at a really dramatic rate. And we can use this to persuade skeptics. But this table here shows you, as you go from microbes down to human beings, the evidence accumulates dramatically. And this again is evidence that God not only designed the universe and our galaxy and planetary system for the benefit of life, but specifically for us human beings. And to give you an idea of that last probability, the idea that all these characteristics came about without the supernatural intervention of the handiwork of God is more remote than the probability that one of you would win the California lottery 150 consecutive times, where you buy just 1 ticket each time. Or, as a mathematician friend of mine told me, it's indistinguishable from the probability of you winning the California lottery 150 consecutive times, where you don't buy any tickets at all. That's an absurdly remote probability. And again, this is something acknowledged also by physicists and astronomers who are not theists. So, for example, we got Freeman Dyson writing in his book, "The more I examine the universe, more evidence I find that the universe in some sense must have known we were coming." Or if you want a 1-sentence summary, the earth is the Lord's and everything in it, Psalm 24, verse 1. And last night I also spoke about how when we look at the universe, we see it's not only designed to make a home for us human beings, it's designed to make possible human civilization, high technology civilization, and in particular, the redemption of billions of human beings. I'll speak about that in more detail this evening, exactly how God designed everything to make possible the existence of us human beings. And this is just review from what I covered last night about how God uses the laws of physics as a tool to eradicate evil, something you can read about in this book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is. And I mentioned last night that I had this conversation on an airplane where for 2 hours I was seated beside a quantum physicist from Germany who is an atheist and a skeptic. And so he just asked me questions over the course of that 2 hours. Basically asked me 8 questions about the universe. If there's a God, why is it so big? If there's a God, why it's so old? If there's a God, why all this entropy? And the questions went on. Then at the end of the 2 hours, he said, I want to know why you have such well-prepared answers to every one of my questions. I says, I'll tell you why. Your 8 questions are the chapter titles in a book I wrote. He says, I'm a skeptic. I don't believe you. I said, well, I got a copy in my briefcase. So I pulled the copy out, he looked at it, and indeed, they were the chapter titles. And so he asked me if I could have a copy. I gave him a copy. He wanted to know if I had anything in German. I had 1 DVD in my briefcase that was in the German language. He took it. As we walked to baggage claim, he says, I've just calculated the probability that this 2-hour conversation would have happened. He says, there's less than 1 chance in 2 billion that there would be a Canadian astrophysicist who's a Christian seated beside a German quantum physicist who's an atheist. And he says, I know that what happened in these past 2 hours is not an accident. Somebody wanted this to happen. So it just shows you. Okay, the heavens proclaim his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. I want to finish before going to Q&A with this DVD. By the way, this was a DVD of a debate I did at the International Skeptic Society conference at Caltech. The Skeptic Society sells this DVD for $30. We sell it for $5. We want you to see what happens when this kind of evidence is laid out in front of an audience. It was 700 plus atheists from around the world. Almost all of them had advanced degrees in engineering and science. You know what they told me after the debate? This is the first time we've ever heard a credible scientific defense of the Christian faith. And I said, if you Christians have this kind of evidence, why are you not talking about it? Why aren't you screaming it from the rooftops? And he says, all we hear is panic when we talk to Christians about science in the Bible. And I said, well, you got a good point. Christians tend to be a little bit nervous about this material. They tend to fight about it, and they don't often engage atheists. But I'm just sharing this with you. We need to be talking about this. Atheists think they own science because we Christians are so quiet about the scientific case for our Christian faith. This evening I'll talk about this book and the origin of the book very quickly. This book originated from a year-long Bible study I conducted in our church, where we looked at all the creation texts in the Bible. And what we noted is all the major creation texts, without exception, link the doctrine of creation with the doctrine of redemption, which implies that everything that God creates is for the purpose of redemption. And there's even texts that tell us that God begins his works of redemption before he creates anything. That launched a 3-year survey of the scientific literature, just reading in all the different journals I could pick up, and basically documenting how, in fact, the scientific literature bears that out, that literally every event in the history of the universe, Earth and Earth's life, and every component plays a role making possible the redemption of billions of human beings. I'll talk about that tonight, but we can take the rest of the time for questions and discussion.
Wow.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Since I get to ask you all what questions you might have, I've got one, Hugh, and it was the beginning of your talk where you mentioned that today is a stunning reversal from when I was a young man, a young engineer, trying to defend whether God existed or not in the physics, in the area of physics, and it was a constant battle between these. Today, what you started with was that's no longer a discussion. It's no longer a discussion on if God exists. Something like God exists. We're just going to argue that it's not personal.
Right.
That's a
right.
stunning. I mean, the dominoes have been falling my entire life.
Dominoes are
that's
falling, right.
Incredible
You're exactly right.
discovery. I just wondered if maybe that's was a side note, but I wanted to know if you had an opportunity, or we're going to talk about the discovery of gravity waves and what that means for the reliability of general relativity as accurately describing the way the universe goes. Is that something you can do
Yeah,
quickly?
I can do.
Or,
okay. And for people who want details, I've written blogs on the reasons.org website about the significance of the discovery of gravity waves. It's already won the Nobel Prize. Nothing won the Nobel Prize in physics faster than the discovery of these gravity waves. And even with these incredible instruments that I was talking about, by the way, to give you an idea of the design of these gravity wave telescopes, it's 2 mirrors spaced 4 kilometers apart, and they're able to measure the distance between the 2 mirrors to within 1/10 of the diameter of a proton. That's how sensitive these instruments are. But it takes that sensitivity to detect even the most dramatic gravity wave events in the universe, namely when 2 black holes merge together to make a bigger black hole. And so the first discovery was these 2 black holes, and the merging event caused 3 times the mass of the sun to be radiated as gravity waves. And the gravity wave telescope picked that up. probably the most significant of these discoveries, this just happened a couple of months ago, was they saw two neutron stars merging together to make a black hole. Now the difference there is when two black holes merge to make a black hole, all you see is the gravity waves because it's black. All the electromagnetic radiation is trapped inside the black holes. You only see the gravity waves of that event. But when two neutron stars merge together to make a black hole, you not only see the gravity waves, you see the electromagnetic radiation. And so when the gravity wave telescope saw this, they immediately alerted observatories around the world. We've seen two neutron stars merge together. Quickly, get on your telescopes. Let's see if we can see the infrared radiation, the radio radiation, the X-ray radiation. They wound up seeing it across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. It ranks as the biggest scientific experiment in world history. It involved over 1/3 of all the living astronomers, research astronomers were involved in this study. 952 institutions of research were involved in the publication of papers that came out. But bottom line, what it told us, virtually all the gold, silver, all the platinum group metals, the uranium and the thorium, comes from the merging of neutron stars to make a black hole. So that jewelry you're wearing on your finger, that happened because two neutron stars merged together. Now here's a design. In order to explain the huge quantity of uranium and thorium we see in the Earth, the quantity we need to get continents and a protective magnetic field, it's critical that the solar system be born in a giant, dense cluster of stars with at least 10,000 member stars, probably closer to 20 to 30,000 member stars, where within that cluster you've got neutron stars merging together to make a black hole, and therefore showering the solar system with all these platinum group metals and uranium and thorium, but kicking out the solar system at just the right time. It got enriched. Now, if we were too close to one of those merging events, our solar system would have been destroyed. Too far away, we wouldn't have been sufficiently enriched. And too soon in the emergence of the solar system, we would have been wiped out, and too late, we wouldn't have gotten sufficiently enriched. The timing has to be just right, the location has to be just right, and after we get enriched, it's crucial that a bunch of supergiant stars gravitationally interact to give the sun a kick out. Because if we had stayed there, no life would have been possible. We got ejected from the most dangerous part of our Milky Way galaxy, and we wound up settling into the safest part of our Milky Way galaxy. That's a whole chapter in Improbable Planet I'm not even going to get a chance to talk about tonight. But that's the other amazing thing. We got this kick, and then just we got to the just right spot, another group of supergiant stars stopped our kicking out advance and brought us into exactly the right space we need to be in the Milky Way galaxy. And again, this is just a piece of the story. Every event and every component in the entirety of creation must be just the way it is in order for billions of human beings to be redeemed in a short period of time. So that's just part of the story.
Stunning. Talk about pool shot, huh? Pretty amazing pool shot, yeah. Let's go to questions. Frank.
Thanks, Michael. Hugh, can you go back to that quote you had with Vilenkin? Was that from the Vilenkin-Guth board, where it says at the end that there must be an agent that is outside of time, space, and matter? Is that from their paper?
It's not from the research paper. Here, I'll give you because I may put a reference in here for you.
Okay.
There it is. Let me. Okay, it's a book that Alexander Vilenkin wrote.
Well, I have that book, but there was another quote. That wasn't the quote. It was.
No, this is actually in the book.
I know that's in that book. I'm not talking about that quote. The other quote where it talks about an agent. I think it's before that.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the one about the dark energy stuff?
It was one of the first quotes you put up, and you were talking about the.
That one?
Keep going. It said there's an agent.
Yeah, that one?
Unknown. No, but I didn't think it was from him. I thought it was from Vilenkin, Board, and Guth.
Yeah, no, this is a quote that was published in Nature News.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the if you go there, it'll pop right up for you. It's still available online.
All right. The only reason I was asking because Vilenkin was asked by William Lane Craig, "Am I using your research correctly?" Because Craig was saying this shows there was a beginning. And Vilenkin said, yes, you're using it correctly. However, I don't think it has any implications regarding the existence of God. Now, you, me, and Craig would say, well, why wouldn't it? But I thought your quote was saying that Vilenkin had said, now there's an agent out there. But you're saying it's this guy, it's not.
It's this guy,
Vilenkin.
right.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah,
okay,
and you are right. Vilenkin is not a theist. He's a fan of the multiverse. That's how he gets around the fine-tuning. But I can tell you, the multiverse does not avoid the fine-tuning. And none other than Leonard Susskind, an atheist astrophysicist, said that the problem with the multiverse, if you do it the way the atheists do it, it explains everything. And a theory that explains everything explains nothing. And what I've done in the 4th edition of The Creator and the Cosmos is unpack that for you with a thought experiment. I'm using exactly the same logic that the atheists use to try to avoid the fine-tuning design of God, is say in an infinite number of universes, and by the way, they don't need just a single order infinity, they need a higher order infinity, an infinite number of an infinite number of universes where they're all different from one another. But in such a second order infinity, you could actually have an infinite number of planets like Earth, and on those planets you can have an infinite variety of species of trees, even an infinite variety of species of trees like birch trees that peel white pieces of bark. And on those infinite number of universes, you would have birch trees that would be peeling off 8.5 by 11 sheets of white bark that would fall on the ground, where you've got in an infinite number of universes, soil that would have chemicals in it that would actually impregnate the paper with ink marks, the equivalent of ink marks, that would include all the letters, sentences, paragraphs, and equations in every paper published by every research scientist, which means those papers weren't published by Stephen Hawking and David Mlodinow and Alexander Vilenkin. The multiverse did it. So you're basically explaining away all design. And that's why Leonard Susskind said, the problem with the multiverse is it's used by atheists. It explains away all designs. And that's just philosophically inconsistent. But something I've pointed out in my books, in fact, I said this back in the 1980s. I said, eventually the fine-tuning argument will become so persuasive, atheists will have nowhere else to go but to hypothesize an infinite number of universes with an infinite variety of characteristics. And notice this, none of them went there until they had no other option. When they had no other option, that's where they went.
They're backed into a corner for sure.
My question will not challenge you technically. It's more political, I think. With all this overwhelming data and information, are you or any other organization doing anything to impact the Canadian and the United States educational system so that we don't have to endure this constant barrage of false philosophy on evolution, creation? We have this intelligent design information and this fine-tuning information. Why can't we teach that in our... I know why we can't teach it in our schools, but what are you doing, RTB or anyone else, to impact the people who make that decision on what our children are going to be taught?
Well, I've been on record as saying I think it's a bad political strategy to go into the public schools and say, we want to replace all your science textbooks with our textbooks.
How about teach it side by side?
Okay, no, that doesn't work either. What has worked, which we've been able to do with some success, is go into public schools and say, this biology textbook that you're using, 20 years of work written by a team of 40 research biologists, we're not asking you to replace it. Most of the material in that book is sound and material that we would endorse and want you to teach. But there's 2 chapters in the book that need to be updated. They're way out of date. The chapter on the origin of life and the chapter on the origin of humanity. And what we tell them is, we have a book on the origin of life that actually got reviewed in a peer-reviewed journal by an atheistic origin of life researcher. It's an Origins of Life and Evolution of the Biosphere. And basically, he endorses the book. What he said is, It's the most scientifically comprehensive book on the origin of life. It's the only one that's truly interdisciplinary. And I like everything in the book except the Jesus Christ part. So what we've been able to do is tell biology teachers, hey, use this as a supplement, because this is a book that really teaches the students what's really going on in the origin of life. It's quite opposite of what's in your book, but even the atheists will admit that what's in the book is wrong and needs to be updated. Here's an update you can use. We do the same thing with the human origins, but we're not telling them to replace the textbook. When you tell them to replace the textbook, or we want something side by side taught with it, you're going to get a fight. And so I think, politically, we need to be wise in how we approach people, just understand the psychology and the fears that we're dealing with. And likewise, we do that on university campuses. We go on a university campus, we don't attack their evolutionary models. Instead, we present our biblical creation model, and then we'll invite a panel of non-theistic science professors on that campus to critique our model. And it's much easier to enlist a scientist to critique something. They like to criticize. And so we invite them to do that. And that gets a conversation going. And I can't tell you many times when we've done that, they say, could you come into our classroom and give a lecture? And so there's a way to open the door. And the whole idea is, we're told in 1 Peter, gentleness, respect, and a clear conscience. What can I do to help that professor be more successful in teaching his material? And what I notice is even the atheist professors, they typically don't want to pick fights with their Christian students. They're looking for a way to get across the science content in a way that's going to benefit the students. And so we just try to come alongside and we say, this is a way I think that we could help advance your agenda.
The apologetic verse comes to mind, right? With we're to do that.
Right.
Always be ready to show a defense of the reason why for the hope that's in you, but do so with gentleness and respect. Verse 16, very important, and I agree with just what you said there. The gentleness and the winsome attitude that we bring to the discussion breaks down the barriers and actually opens up a good conversation. And we're seeing that on college campuses all over where we are. So, great question.
Can you do the name of the title of the book of Human Origins?
Yeah, the title of the Human Origins book is simply called Who is Adam? So, and the book on the origins of life is called Origins of Life. You'll see both of them on our reasons.org website. And yeah, we've been able to get both books into the public education arena.
Other questions?
What are your thoughts on wormholes, and do they exist? Do they actually provide a theoretical means of travel that's faster than the speed of light? And do they open up the door to time travel?
Okay, wormholes. You'll see a detailed description of that in the book Who is Adam? Or probably not Who is Adam. It's Beyond the Cosmos, and also in the book Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men. Both those books I talk about wormholes. And the bottom line is this. To get a wormhole, you need the singularity of black hole A to perfectly line up with the singularity of black hole B. So the two singularities touch one another perfectly. You'll get a wormhole where you can go from one space-time realm to another space-time realm and potentially go faster than the velocity of light. Mathematically, all this is possible. Physically, it's impossible. The probability that these two singularities will touch one another is zero. Even if they were to touch one another, their stability would be zero measure of time. And so physically, wormholes are impossible. Mathematically, they are possible. But yeah, they won't be stable, and there's no way they're going to touch one another. Moreover, there's really no way you can travel through a wormhole without doing serious damage to your body. So, I mean, let's just talk about a black hole. You're approaching a black hole. You're getting close to the event horizon of the black hole. What you're going to notice is your 6-foot-tall body will be strung out in a 3-mile-long line of particles. And as you get close to the event horizon, the particles get destroyed. And so when you get into the singularity of the black hole, there's nothing there. I mean, I say that because the movie Interstellar, it showed this actor actually winding up at the center of a black hole where time stops. And indeed, that would happen. You get it to a black hole singularity, time will stop. But there's no way you're going to actually survive that journey. Incidentally, it was Kip Thorne, the one who won the Nobel Prize for the gravity wave discovery. He was consulted on that movie. I can tell you, all the equations in the movie were correct. The storyline was completely incorrect, but the equations were all right.
Other questions?
Here.
Thank you for your presentation. I enjoyed it. But I'm a layperson. So when you say fine tuning, are you just saying probability, the probability that something's going to come out X? Is that what you're talking about?
What fine-tuning means is if the value goes outside a certain range, then there's no longer the possibility for life. And so the values of these different fundamental constants must be fine. Like, take the velocity of light. Change the velocity of light by as little as 1 part in 10 to the 16th, no life is possible anytime, anywhere. Make it bigger, faster, or make it slower, you're in deep trouble. So that's what the fine-tuning is. We're basically saying, okay, how narrow or how fine-tuned is the tolerance on the value of that particular quantity? Or likewise, the spiral arms in our galaxy, how symmetrical must they be for advanced light to be possible? How far apart must the spiral arms be? What about the mass ratio of ordinary matter to exotic matter in our galaxy? That's a unique feature, by the way. Our galaxy is just as massive as the Andromeda galaxy, but we have a much higher ratio of exotic dark matter to ordinary dark matter in the Milky Way, and that's one reason why our galaxy is habitable, the Andromeda galaxy is not.
Just maybe a follow-up on the statistical probability when you reach the 10 to the 50th level. Statisticians would say it's either absolutely possible or absolutely impossible. And would you agree with that?
Well, that's
kinds
something.
Of numbers, just to put a number on it.
The second lecture in physics I ever heard at the University of British Columbia, the professor said, "Nothing in physics is absolutely certain," and he's right. We human beings cannot establish absolute truth. We can only establish practical truth. I married my wife with only practical evidence of her existence, not absolute evidence of her existence. That's still true to this day. However, the probability that she really does exist is very high. And what my physics professor said is, whenever we can demonstrate that something is less than 1 chance in 10 to the 50th of happening, that's equivalent to saying it's impossible. It will never happen anytime, anywhere. All you need is 50 zeros between the decimal point and the 1. That's enough to say it's impossible. So he just gave that as a rule of thumb, making the point. Absolute proof is not available to us human beings, but practical proof is. And that's kind of the standard measure of practical proof.
Other comment? Yep.
This is more of a strategic question. Is it possible that we could get you to debate Bill Nye, the terrible rapper guy?
Well, his speaking fee is rather high, so if you can come up with the $50K that he typically demands for such an event, maybe we can make it happen. But something else I think is important is I've noticed that I've debated a lot of people with bachelor's degrees. It's not the same as debating somebody who's got a terminal degree. Someone who's got a doctoral degree, they've published, they have a reputation to defend, whereas someone with a bachelor's degree, they don't care. A lot of people, I don't think Bill Nye would do this, but I've debated people with bachelor's degrees, and it's like they don't care if they get caught lying. It's like, what difference does it make? But someone who's got a doctoral degree, there's a lot more restraint on basically just doing blatant lies. So, but I think Bill would be fair. So, however, I noticed the Bill Nye versus Ken Ham, they both had bachelor's degrees. So in one sense, they were on equal footing. But it might be more productive if it was 2 people with doctorates. And I think it might be more civil too. So,
One more question? If no, yeah.
You, I'll debate you for half that.
I'll take the other side.
All right. Well, you make a joke about that. That's actually something we do in our church, Frank, is we'll set up these debates in front of the church congregations, and we actually have people debate a position they don't hold. So we did a famous debate in our church where it was free will, human free will versus divine predestination. And the Arminian guy had to defend the Calvinist position. The Calvinist guy had to defend the Arminian position. And it was a very entertaining debate. So yeah, if you can come up with a 25K, we'll make it happen.
Do I hear 25%? Okay, well, thank you all, and let's express our sincere appreciation to Dr. Ross.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you. And I'm going to focus just on chapter 15 of the book, Habitability for Redemption. And so, as I told you earlier, the birth of the book was a Bible study, a year-long Bible study where we looked at all the creation texts in the Bible and noted each one links the doctrine of creation with the doctrine of redemption, which launched a 3-year study of the scientific literature to test that. Is it really true that every event in creation, every event in the history of the universe, Earth and Earth's life, and every component serves a role in making possible the redemption of billions of human beings? You say, where do you get the billions? Well, it's from the book of Revelation, chapter 7, verse 9. Referring to the redeemed host, it says, before me was a great multitude that no one could count, from every nation, tribe, people, and language, making the point that we're going to have representatives from every people group that makes up humanity, but it's going to be a number beyond the ability of people at time to count. Well, in first century Greek mathematics, they had a counting system that went up into the billions. So this is basically saying the number of the redeemed will exceed the low billions. There's going to be at least that many human beings that will be part of the redeemed host. And I'm basically making the point that all of God's creation works are for the purpose of making possible the redemption of billions of human beings and billions of human beings in a relatively short period of time. Now, in the book, I document well over 100 different events that must be fine-tuned to make possible this redemption, and mainly the point I'm making. You saw this in my talk earlier today. There's a certain level of fine-tuning design we see to make possible the existence of microbes. And that fine-tuning evidence goes up when we talk plants. It goes up even more when we go to animals. It goes up further when we talk about human beings. It goes up again when we talk about humans with a large population and global technology. But it really skyrockets when we talk about the fine-tuning design you need to make possible billions of human beings coming into a redemptive relationship with the creator of the universe. Now, all I'm going to have time to do this evening is look at 4 of these several hundred events that we document in Improbable Planet. 1, in order for billions to be redeemed, the sun must be perfectly middle-aged. 2, you have to be living during an ice age cycle. 3, you need extreme climate stability like has never happened before on the history of the Earth, and you need to be in an epoch when there's no nearby supernova eruptions. So we'll go through these one at a time. And if you've been with me throughout the weekend, you would have already seen this first one, namely that the sun must be perfectly middle-aged. Only when the sun is perfectly middle-aged is the flaring activity and the ultraviolet and X-ray radiation that would be deadly for human civilization low enough that we can actually live in a civilized state on this planet. And as I mentioned before, this scale is logarithmic. There's literally a factor of 1,000,000 difference between that bottom part of the curve and the top part of that curve. And basically makes the point it won't be long before the flaring activity is too great to make possible human civilization. Matter of fact, we were having a conversation with a few of us earlier, is that the sun does have flaring events that are catastrophic for modern civilization. The last such catastrophic one we had was in 1859. It actually shut down the telegraph system around the world, even caused telephone poles to catch fire and for telegraph operators to receive electrocution. Now, there was one that happened in 765. If that were to happen again today, it would shut down the electrical grids of the whole planet for about a 2-year period. What's interesting about that, shutting down the electric power grid for a 2-year period basically means we can no longer support billions of human beings. Matter of fact, they've calculated, a study was done, if we get another flare like that, the maximum population that can be sustained in the United States without the benefit of a power grid is about 35 million people. Well, it's about 1/10 the population of the United States today. We are dependent on having a stable power grid in order to sustain the large population we see not only in the United States but around the world. The flaring minimum occurs when the sun is exactly the age that it is now. Moreover, this kind of solar stability you need for human civilization to be possible and a large human population to be possible is actually less than 100,000 years. You say, well, how far are we through that 100,000 years? A little bit past the halfway point of that 100,000 year period. So that tells us we got a maximum of maybe 45,000 years to go. But I'm going to show you some evidence that the time window is actually quite a bit narrower than those 90,000 years. Now, another reason why you want to be living right now rather than earlier and later in the sun's history is the sun's luminosity changes with respect to time. This is the brightness of the sun over its history. When it's very young, it's accumulating mass, and the luminosity of a star goes up with a 4th power of its mass. So the sun's luminosity literally doubles in a very short period of time. Then it starts to lose mass, it catastrophically drops, then nuclear fusion kicks in, and that begins a gradual increase in the brightness of the sun. But for human civilization to be possible, the sun has to have a highly fine-tuned luminosity. We've had that luminosity at 3 different times in the sun's history, but the first 2 times, the luminosity of the sun was changing at much too rapid a rate. Where you see that dotted line is where we're now at that optimal luminosity, and notice that's when the sun is gradually increasing its luminosity, giving us a sufficiently stable period in which we can exist. Okay, that's requirement number 1. If you want to have the possibility of billions of human beings living on the planet at one time, where they would have the technology, where the good news of salvation can be taken to all the people groups of the world in a relatively short period of time, the sun must be perfectly middle-aged to within a few tens of thousands of years. The second requirement is you must be living in an ice age cycle. Now, to put this in context, over the entire history of the Earth, the only time we've had an ice age cycle as opposed to a long-lasting ice age, a cyclical ice age, is the last 0.00057 part of Earth's history. Literally, only in the recent past of the Earth's history have we had an ice age cycle. You say, what do you mean by an ice age cycle? Well, that's where the planet goes from saying having 10% of its surface covered with ice to having about 20 to 23% covered with ice. Now, the continent that is most heavily impacted by the ice age cycle is North America. And so right now we're in what's called an interglacial. Only 10% of our continent is covered with ice. But at the height of the last ice age, this is what North America looked like. 55% was covered with ice. And you say, what do you mean by covered? A minimum of 1,000 feet thickness of ice. Now, if we're talking Canada, almost all of Canada was covered by 3,000 feet thickness or more. And that's just 26,000 years ago, and we had that kind of coverage. But if you globally average it, it oscillates between about 10 and 20%. And it oscillates like this. You get a warm interglacial that lasts about 10,000 years, and then you get a glacial period where you got 20 to 23% ice coverage that lasts for 90,000 years. Now, I'm going to explain to you why this is absolutely essential for global human civilization and a high population. It's because we're benefiting from the melting of glaciers left over from the last ice age. That's what's irrigating the great agricultural plains that allows us to grow the necessary food to feed billions of human beings at one time. So the melting of glaciers left over from the last ice age is what's giving us the water we need to grow all the food that we do. I'll show you this with a map. Okay, this shows you the ice covers, all those turquoise blue spots. That shows you where the ice was at least 1,000 feet thick during the last ice age. Now, as that ice melted away, it caused great rivers to flow and water the great agricultural plains. I mean, to give you an example, there are 20 really big rivers that flow out of the Tibetan Plateau and water India and China and Southeast Asia. And those countries are still dependent on the melting of glaciers left over from the last ice age. So you think of the great rivers of China and India and Pakistan and down into Vietnam. They're all benefiting from the ice left over from the last ice age. What about here in North America? Ice left over from the last ice age runs all along the Cordilleran Range. So even in Mexico, they're growing the food that they grow because of ice left over on the high mountains of the Cordilleran Range in Mexico. And likewise, you go to North America, the Rockies, extending into Canada. The great rivers of North America today are being fed by the melting of ice left over from the last ice age. The Mississippi, the Missouri, the Mackenzie, the Fraser, the Columbia, I could go on. All these great rivers have their sources with ice from the last ice age. Now, to grow that quantity of food, you not only need the water irrigating the great agricultural plains, you need fertilizer. Well, the way the ice age cycle works is that every 100,000 years, as the ice begins to melt from the last ice age part of the cycle, you get this powerful wind that blows off of the plateaus that have just been recently melted away, and it causes all the dust from those high plateaus to be deposited on the great agricultural plains. So wind-blown dust, immediately after the end of an ice age, deposits rich fertilizer upon the agricultural plains, which means with an ice age cycle, every 100,000 years, you get a refertilization of the great agricultural plains. And to this day, we're the beneficiaries of all that fertilizer that was deposited as the ice melted from the last ice age. And then as the glaciers retreat, they leave behind lakes. Now, for example, all of Canada was covered by 3,000 feet thickness of ice. In fact, the ice went all the way down into Southern California. It covered all of Ohio. And as that ice began to recede, it created lakes. Now, this is crucial because it transformed regions that would be deserts, barren deserts, into profitable forested lands. And so Siberia and Canada today would be deserts if it wasn't for the last ice age. For example, Siberia and Canada get about 10 inches of precipitation a year. But it's because of the proliferation of lakes and rivers flowing from the lakes that instead of being deserts, they're very fertile forested lands. Let me give you an example. This shows you Canada, and we're going to zoom in on Quebec. And notice when you look at Quebec, how much of it is covered by lakes and rivers. Matter of fact, Canada all by itself is more than half the lakes of the entire world. The second place you're going to find lots of lakes is Siberia. And keep in mind, all of Minnesota was covered by thousands of feet thickness of ice. I mean, if you go to Minnesota, you'll see the license plate, the land of 10,000 lakes. You drive up into Manitoba, and the license plate there says the land of 100,000 lakes. You go into Ontario, and it says the land of 1 million lakes. Well, guess what? None of those are boasts. Those are all true. And it's a proliferation of lakes that makes Canada and Russia, such fertile places, otherwise being barren deserts. Moreover, the retreating of the glaciers carves out canyons as well as these lakes, which establishes a huge hydropower source. So Canada gets almost all of its electricity from waterfalls, all created by the last ice age. Matter of fact, they got so much hydroelectric power, they export it to the United States. Most of the cities on the eastern seaboard, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, they get their electricity from hydroelectric, literally from Labrador and Quebec. So, some other benefits. As the glaciers retreat, they produce these large, fertile alluvial plains where you can grow more food. They expose rich ore deposits. In fact, we now know that humans, when did humans launch metallurgy? Right after the last ice age. And so we would have been stuck in the Stone Age if it wasn't for the benefit of glaciers retreating from the last ice age. And as these glaciers retreat, they carve out these fjords and amazing harbors. Sydney Harbor, Australia, was created during the last ice age. Yes, ice covered a good chunk of southern Australia. All of Tasmania was covered. And so that amazing seaport there was carved out during the last ice age. And if it wasn't for the last ice age, we wouldn't be able to have the global seafaring trade that exists on the planet today. And the other thing it does, it carves out amazing scenic scenery. And here's one example of a canyon in Canada that I had an opportunity to hike into 2 summers ago. This is a canyon with 2,000-foot vertical walls all the way around. It goes back 3 miles. And as you walk into the canyon, you see over 24 huge waterfalls flowing over the canyon walls. Because what's above the canyon walls? Glaciers all the way around, left over from the last ice age. And as those glaciers melt, it just dumps all this water in. I don't think it's any accident that we have God placing us human beings on planet Earth when it's the most scenically beautiful that it's ever been. We take that for granted. But did you know there's a 10,000-year window when you get this kind of scenery? In fact, here's a little bit of a video clip of what you can see there. And literally all around, you're surrounded by these amazing waterfalls. And as you walk in the valley, it's filled with wild strawberries and raspberries and blueberries. I mean, it's just an incredible place to be. But keep this in mind. Go back as little as 10,000 years, that kind of scenery did not exist. And it never existed before in the history of the earth. I think God knew that we needed scenic beauty to get some kind of spiritual relief from the natural world. And we're told that in the book of Job, that God gave us this to refresh our souls. Now, for 90% of Earth's history, it had no ice at all. Those little blue arrows are the few brief times when we have ice on planet Earth. But notice, only at the very end do you get an ice age cycle. And notice how thin that line is. It's the shortest period of ice we have on the planet. Now, before the ice age cycle that we're in right now, when planet Earth had ice, this is what it looked like. We're not talking 10 to 20%. We're talking 70, 80, 90% of the planet being covered with ice. And not being covered with ice for a few tens of thousands of years, being covered with ice for hundreds of thousands and millions of years. Devastating for life on planet Earth. But once again, 90% of Earth's history, no ice at all. A paradox. Notice that the sun is getting brighter and brighter throughout the history of life on planet Earth. The sun has never been brighter in life's history. It's at its very brightest right now. For 90% of Earth's history, no ice at all, yet today we got ice. How do you explain that? That now, when the sun has never been brighter over the past 4 billion years, today we got ice. When for 90% of Earth's history, no ice at all. And it's an ice age cycle. The reason it's cyclical is our planet is very delicately balanced between having no ice at all and having 80% of the planet covered with ice. It's that very delicate balance that gives us the ice age cycle. And what drives the cycle? there are subtle variations in the orbit of the Earth about the sun. So when our planet orbits around the sun, it has an elliptical shape. But the degree of ellipticity in the orbit varies very slightly. Not much, but when it becomes more elliptical, the planet gets warmer. Less elliptical, it gets colder. And there are multiple variations in the orbit of the Earth about the sun. And because we're so delicately balanced between no ice at all and having a huge amount of ice, these very subtle variations in the Earth's orbit generates this cycle. Now, you see this cycle of ice ages with a 100,000 year period? You're seeing the entire period. Only in the last 800,000 years have we had that cycle. Now, before that, we had a different cycle, but the cycle was 41,000 years. And with 41,000 years, the warm interglacial only lasts 2,000 years or less. So for human civilization to be possible, you not only have to be in an ice age cycle, you must be in an ice age cycle where the cycle is a 100,000 year periodicity. That's only been the case for the last 800,000 years, or to put it another way, it's only been the case for the last 0.00017 part of Earth's history. Now, in studying this, what is it that transformed our planet where the sun is so exceptionally bright where we actually have an ice age cycle? We now know it's because of 5 unprecedented tectonic events that occurred simultaneously just in the last several million years. And if any one of these tectonic events were not to happen, or if any one of them were not simultaneous with the other 4, we would have no ice at all. So I'm going to review for you those 4 unprecedented tectonic events. I refer to them as tectonic miracles because they've never before happened in the history of the Earth. Okay, tectonic miracle number 1 is what happened to Antarctica. Antarctica at one time was attached to Australia. I mean, if you ever look at a map of Australia, you can see a little concavity at the bottom. That concavity matches where Antarctica was joined to it. Then it split off from Antarctica, but remained attached to South America. And then it broke off of South America and began to move down towards the South Pole, where it is right now. But what's interesting, it broke off from South America, moved down to the South Pole. When it got to the South Pole, it stopped moving. It's like it just stopped dead right over the South Pole. Now, today Antarctica ranks as the most isolated continent in the world. Notice that all around Antarctica, you've got wide open ocean. And because of that wide open ocean, you get what many of you might have read in these historical novels, sailing novels. How many of you have heard of the Roaring 40s or the Roaring 50s? Okay, that refers to this powerful ocean current that circulates around Antarctica. And the reason you get that current, there's no landmass to stop it. So you get this powerful ocean current, and combined with it are powerful winds. Non-stop, all the time around Antarctica, are winds blowing at about 40 miles an hour. So that's where the term the Roaring 40s comes from. And it's that powerful circulation around Antarctica that caused ice to form. Now, just the fact that it's over the South Pole is not enough to explain the quantity of ice in Antarctica. It took the combination of it stopping right over the South Pole, plus that powerful circulation, to cool the continent down long enough that within a short period of time, thousands of feet of ice began to accumulate over Antarctica. Now, ice has the property that it reflects sunlight efficiently. And so with all that ice over Antarctica, it reflected away sunlight that had an impact on cooling the whole planet. All of planet Earth was cooled as a result of all that ice over Antarctica. But there's a second impact. That powerful circulation around Antarctica, where it now has ice covering the whole of the continent, causes another current to flow up through the Atlantic Ocean. So there's a cold current flowing north up the Atlantic Ocean, and that works to cool all the continental land masses adjoining the Atlantic Ocean. Africa, Europe, North and South America are cooled as a result of that. That's tectonic miracle number 1. Miracle number 2 is what happened to Greenland. Greenland, if you go back 60 million years, was situated off of Newfoundland. But then there was a tectonic plate movement that caused Greenland to move north. It moved north by 1,100 miles, where today the northernmost landmass on our planet is the north tip of Greenland. But what's interesting is it moved to its present location. It moved over what we call a hot plume. A hot plume is where you've got mantle material in the interior of the Earth welling up towards the surface, and it causes mountain building. An example of that today would be the Hawaiian Islands. The Hawaiian Islands are being pushed up because they're sitting over a hot plume. And so it's the one state of the Union that's actually getting bigger with respect to time because of its location. Well, before this happened, Greenland's average land elevation was about 500 feet. So it was a low elevation landmass. But as it moved over this hot plume, that upwelling of mantle pushed up the landmass of Greenland, where the average elevation is now around 8,000 to 9,000 feet above sea level. And it's a combination of being pushed up to its northern location and then being situated over this hot plume, which caused the elevation of the landmass of Greenland to go up, that caused ice to form over all of Greenland. And yes, ice reflects sunlight, and so we got sunlight reflecting off of Greenland back into outer space, and that had an effect on cooling the planet, the entire planet. But the movement of Greenland to its current location also did something to the Arctic Sea. Now, what you'll see in Improbable Planet, I talk about the supercontinent cycle, how the continents will come together and make one giant continent, then they split apart to make multiple continents, then they come back together. We can document 6 cycles of the supercontinent cycle. But the most recent one was Pangaea. 250 million years ago, we had just one continent, Pangaea. It split apart. What was unique about the Pangaea split apart is the first time that almost all the continental landmass moved into the northern hemisphere. I mean, if you look at a globe, notice how much of the landmass is situated in the northern hemisphere, and how those northern hemisphere continents came together in such a way as to almost completely enclose the Arctic Sea. Now, land masses are always cooler than the open ocean. And so what this did, and plus the ice pack over Greenland, and notice Greenland kind of plugs the hole of the Arctic Sea, and what that did is it cooled down the Arctic Sea and caused an ice cap to form over the Arctic Ocean. Now, it's not as thick as the ice cap over Antarctica, but nevertheless, because it's ice, it efficiently reflects sunlight to outer space, and that was a factor in cooling the planet. Okay, tectonic miracle number 4 is what happened to North and South America. If you were to go back, about 10 million years, North and South America were separated from one another. And remember I talked about how you got this cold water from Antarctica flowing up through the Atlantic and cooling all the land masses? What blunted that cooling effect is warm equatorial Pacific Ocean water could flow between North and South America into the Atlantic. And so the Atlantic wasn't being cooled as efficiently as it is today. But what happened 3 million years ago is North and South America joined together to make the Isthmus of Panama. And what that did is it formed a barrier. No longer could warm Pacific Ocean water invade into the Atlantic, which meant now that the cooling effect of cold current coming up from Antarctica much more efficiently cooled the continental land masses joining the Atlantic Ocean. Now, notice all of these events happen simultaneously. You need them all to happen simultaneously to get sufficient cooling to bring on an ice age cycle. But I've left to the end the most dramatic and most important tectonic miracle of all. And it's what happened to the 8th continent. If you were to go back 20 million years, we had 8 continents, not 7. The 8th continent was the Indian subcontinent. And if you go back 50, 60 million years, it was attached to Madagascar. It broke off from the island of Madagascar and sped northward towards Asia, and then collided with Asia and became part of the Asian continent. It ranks as the fastest tectonic movement that we can measure in the entirety of Earth's history. Now, as you can see there on the slide, a really fast plate tectonic movement is 2 centimeters per year. But when India broke off from Madagascar and headed towards Asia, it moved at 22 centimeters per year, 11 times faster than we consider to be a really fast movement. Let me help you visualize this. Okay, I'm going to show you 2 centimeters per year scaled up. So it's kind of like I would be walking this fast, okay? That's 2 centimeters per year scaled up. Now we're going to look at 22 centimeters per year. That's how different it was. So what happened was the Indian subcontinent had a violent collision into Asia. Such a violent collision, it pushed up the ocean material between India and Asia and formed the Himalayas. The Himalayas are pushed up ocean floor. That's why when you climb Mount Everest, you'll find seashells at the top of Mount Everest, because Mount Everest is pushed up seafloor. And the collision is still going on today. Now, if you were to ask me, what's the second fastest tectonic plate movement we've been able to measure in the history of the Earth? It's what's happening with India right now. It's not moving 22 centimeters per year, it's moving at 5 centimeters per year. But it's such that India is still pushing north into Asia, and pushing at such a rate that the Himalayas get taller and taller with every year. So Sir Edmund Hillary did not climb the highest mountain in the world. The highest mountain in the world is now 1.5 feet taller than when he climbed it in the 1950s. And it's such that the Tibetan Plateau is being pushed up. It explains why in this ice age cycle, every successive ice age gets more severe than the previous one. So when this ice age cycle got going, we're talking 20% coverage of ice during the ice age period. Today, it's 23%. The last ice age covered 23%. Why? Because the Tibetan Plateau keeps rising. Today, it is 17,000 feet above sea level on average. Now, it being 17,000 feet above sea level, even though it's situated close to the equator, it's high enough that ice will form and settle over the Tibetan Plateau. Now, the largest store of ice on planet Earth today is Antarctica. The whole continent, after all, is covered with thousands of feet of ice. The second biggest store of ice is that over Greenland, likewise thousands of feet thickness of ice all over Greenland. People often think the Arctic ice cap is number 3. It's not. The third largest store of ice is ice over the Himalayas and the Tibetan Plateau. As I told you earlier, it's the melting of that ice that feeds the great rivers of China, Asia, and Southeast Asia, India, China, and Southeast Asia. Now, because you got ice close to the equator, it reflects sunlight 4 times more efficiently than the ice over Antarctica or the ice over Greenland or the ice over the Arctic ice cap. Those ice packs are close to the poles where the sunlight hits at an angle. But because of how close the Tibetan Plateau is to the equator, it much more efficiently reflects sunlight. And actually, it's this tectonic event that has the greatest cooling effect on planet Earth. But once again, if any one of these 5 were not to happen, we'd have no ice. You need them all to happen simultaneously. If one is out of sync, you get no ice. You need all 5 happening simultaneously to get the ice age cycle. And again, what drives the cycle are these subtle variations in the orbit of the Earth and the tilt of our rotation axis. And we astronomers know of 7 different cycles in the orbit of the Earth, changes in the orbit of the Earth, and the tilt of our rotation axis. There may be more, but we know it's 7. These are the 4 most predominant ones. And you can see that at 41,000 years, that explains why we had that cycle if you're to go back 1 million years, and how today it's 100,000 years. And here is what the last 4 ice ages look like. This is the global mean temperature over the previous 4 ice ages. And you can see how it spikes up for a short period, then it drops down. Now, it's the last ice age where we got the most detailed record of the temperature variations, the global mean temperature variations. And we think there's good reasons why this is representative for the entire ice age cycle. But this is what it looks like. Okay, you got the global mean temperature jumping up and down by 24 degrees Fahrenheit over time scales of 2 or 3 centuries. Now, we actually have evidence that humans were engaged in baking pastries, breads and pastries, as far back as 36,000 years ago. We've actually found evidence of the grinding tools. What they were doing is they were growing grains, they were harvesting the grains, they were roasting the grains, grinding the grains, and making bakery products. The reason we've only discovered it in the last year and a half, it was done on a very small scale. But it's because of this extreme temperature variation, it had to be small scale. Because you had no idea which crops were going to make it. What humans were probably doing at that time is they were planting small plots of field, probably no bigger than an acre each, where they'd be growing multiple different kinds of grains. And because of the unpredictability of the climate, they had no idea which grains were going to produce and which ones would fail. But whatever ones they made, they would take those grains and turn them into bakery products. It shows you that humans living 36,000 years ago were just as inventive and intelligent and industrious as we are today. What limited their technological development, they simply didn't have the climate stability that enabled them to grow a surplus of food where they could set a large fraction of the human population free to do other activities. In fact, anthropologists have calculated that during this time of extreme climate instability, probably 98 to 99% of the human population, including children, were involved in simply trying to come up with enough food to feed everybody. Likewise with animal husbandry. You might have, say, 10 different animals that you had tamed, and you had no idea which ones would survive and which ones wouldn't because of this extreme climate instability. So it was small mixed farms. A lot of people thought they weren't farming. We now have evidence that indeed they were. But it was all on a small scale and all highly diversified. It's the only way they could survive with this extreme climate instability. Now, what happened beginning 9,000 years ago is that these 7 cycles driving this extreme climate instability, for some unknown reason, all came into sync at once. And when they came into sync, it generated this, where you got this unique window where the global mean climate temperature did not change by more than 2 degrees over the past 9,000 years. And it's that extreme climate stability at an optimal temperature for global civilization that enabled humanity to vault out of this highly mixed small farming industry into the technological enterprise we have today. So for example, when the temperature began to warm, say 10, 12,000 years ago, we refer to that as the Neolithic Revolution. It was the first time where humans could actually be confident of what the global mean temperature would be like in the relatively near future. And this is what enabled them for the first time to begin specializing in their farming activities. 10, 12,000 years ago is the first time we see humans specializing on grains, where they only grew oats or they only grew wheat, and they grew it on a large scale and traded with people that were doing other kinds of agricultural activities. It's the first time where you see people specializing with goats and sheep, where they would have, say, 10,000 goats and 5,000 sheep, and they would trade with people who had the different animals, different grain products. It's the first time we actually see villages where people are not engaged in agricultural activity, where you've had, for example, a town that does nothing but make pottery products. All that began 10 to 12,000 years ago, And then 9,000 years ago, as the climate became exceptionally stable, this is when large fractions of the human population were set free from agricultural industry. Today, for example, less than 1% of the United States population is focused on coming up with food. What do the other 99% of us do? Well, we do astrophysics, we do philosophy, we do engineering, we do medicine, we do computer science. And it's because of our capacity to take advantage of this extreme climate instability and grow this huge surplus of food that enabled our population to multiply up into the billions, but it also enabled us to engage in rapid technological advance because no longer was 99% of our population focused with coming up with the food. 99% of us now can be involved in STEM careers and the arts and music and high culture. Now, what I document in my book, Improbable Planet, this is not the only thing that opens up this unique window. There's multiple tiny windows of time that all happen to line up all at once. I'll give you time for one more. We live in a unique supernova moment. You say, what is a supernova? Well, let me show you one. Okay, this is a nearby galaxy, and there you can see a supernova off to the lower left. And when a star goes supernova, it literally shines as bright as 200 billion stars in its host galaxy. Lasts for about 7 months. And a typical galaxy, our galaxy, for example, has about 3 or 4 of these supernova events per century on average. And as an astronomer, you can just kind of a little shows you going on and off. There's an astronomer by the name of Firestone who wrote a paper just a couple of years ago where he documented that 23 supernova exploded nearer to us than 1,000 light years during the past 300,000 years. And what I've given you here is a list of the nearby supernova that exploded during what we would agree is undisputed human existence. I mean, the dates for humanity's origin range from 130,000 years ago to about 45,000 years ago. But only look at the last 45,000 years, where there's no dispute that humans were present in significant numbers upon the face of the earth. But this shows you that there were these 4 nearby supernova. Now, these are not close enough to bring about the extinction of the human species, but they are close enough to significantly impact our health. So when these supernovae exploded, it would have had significant health issues. The cancer rate would have gone way up, for example. The biggest impact is how it would have impacted agricultural productivity, because supernovae that close are showering the earth with ultraviolet radiation that's going to do significant blunting of photosynthetic activity amongst the plants. Now, that's during the era of 45,000 years ago to 10,000 years ago. If we look at the last 10,000 years, well, part of it is that we can actually detect supernova that are much farther away, given our technology. But these are the nearest supernova to planet Earth over the past 10,000 years. Notice none of them are closer to us than 5,000 light years. Far enough away, they have no impact on human health, and they have no impact on our agricultural activity. However, what you see here is the exception. This is the norm. That's been the norm for our Milky Way galaxy all the way back to the beginning of our solar system, that you get these frequent nearby supernova eruptions. This is what it's like now. And incidentally, we astronomers are watching 2 stars, Eta Carina and Betelgeuse, that we know are due to go supernova anytime. Now, when you say any time to an astronomer and pin them down, they say, well, it could happen tomorrow. It could be put off as long as 10,000 years from now. But the whole point is, we know there are stars relatively nearby to us that could explode literally any time within the next 10,000 years. And when they do explode, it's going to significantly blunt our agricultural activity and impact our health. But what I want you to notice is, During this 9,000-year window of extreme climate stability, it exactly overlaps that 9,000-year window when there are no nearby supernova eruptions. Both of these are anomalies that have never happened before in the history of the Earth, and they perfectly overlap one another. Now, I've given you just 2 examples. You'll find more in the book, but the whole point is, I don't think these are coincidences. I've spoken about this in university campuses, and sometimes the non-theistic professors there will say, I think this is just sheer coincidence. And I'm saying, well, you've got 7 cycles of the variation in the Earth's orbit, all happening to come into sync at one time. At the same time, you've got these supernova events that come in there. We have this extreme climate instability. We've got humans that have been working for tens of thousands of years trying to launch technology, and suddenly when the temperature stability comes, they're able to rapidly take advantage of it. Why? Because they've been practicing what they need all along. And it goes on. Anyway, you can read about it in Improbable Planet. And actually what I've been doing with some of my colleagues is making this point. What you see in this book is I document how the fine-tuning argument goes way up in the context of God creating in such a way as to make possible a technology that enables billions of human beings to hear the gospel message of salvation through Jesus Christ in a short period of time. Maybe you're not a believer like I am. Maybe you're an atheist. But I challenge you to do a test. Put this to the test. Interpret your scientific research from a biblical redemptive perspective and see if that doesn't make you more efficient at making scientific discoveries. And that's actually something that a lot of my peers are saying, well, you know, I don't believe this, but I'm going to try it. Well, I'm arguing it really works. Why? Because you can look at scientific discoveries that have been made in the last few hundred years, and they all fit this redemptive model. So yeah, we can start doing scientific research from a biblical redemptive perspective. We're going to be able to significantly vault the scientific enterprise. Let's put it to the test and see what happens. U.S. tax dollars are at stake.
Thank you, Hugh. Do we have any questions here tonight? Any questions based on that? Yes?
There's a lot of political agenda about the warming of the earth and the melting. Would you give your wisdom and thoughts on that, please, sir?
Yes. I've addressed global warming in chapter 15 of this book. I've also devoted a couple of chapters to it in Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job. And I'm making the point that global warming is real. Because throughout the entire history of the Earth, we've seen a tight correlation between the greenhouse quantities in the atmosphere and the temperature of the surface of the Earth. Now, it's possible there's a time delay. So the carbon dioxide we've pumped into the atmosphere may have a delayed effect at raising the temperature. But it's not going to be a long time delay, and it may be quite short. Where the debate lies is to what degree are we humans responsible for global warming and what degree are natural process. And a friend of mine who specializes in this at the University of Tennessee says it'll be 150 years before we can give an accurate answer to that question. The problem is people are concerned what's going to happen in the next 150 years. Or he put it this way, we know humans are responsible for at least 20% of the global warming, but it could be as much as 80% of the global warming. Well, whenever you've got an error bar that big, it's going to generate controversy and debate. So I'm not surprised there's political debate on this. But what I made mention of in my book, Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job, if you read the creation care chapters in the Book of Job, it makes the point that God has put us responsible for managing the planet for our benefit and the benefit of all life, which means that God in advance, or at least implies that God in advance, has provided solutions, creation care solutions for us that will be optimally ethical for all life and optimally economic for us human beings. And so what I'm arguing in my 2 books, let's look for solutions that are going to be optimally economic and simultaneously optimally ethical. In other words, rather than trying to motivate people to make economic sacrifices to cool a climate, let's come up with solutions that will put more money in their pocket and cool the planet. Now, there actually are a number of such solutions. And what's interesting is how many of them were actually indicated in the book of Job. And so in my book, I actually point some of those out. One thing you see in the book of Job, it really tells us to focus on the precipitation patterns. So in terms of managing the planet for all life, let's really look seriously at how we humans have disturbed the precipitation patterns. And here we can see some dramatic effects. Over the past 2,000 years, we've made the Sahara Desert 10 times bigger than what it was. In fact, during the days of the Roman Empire, what we now call the Sahara Desert is where the Romans grew grain to feed Europe. Today, it feeds nobody. Today, it generates no income. And so one of the radical proposals I make in Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job is we know the Sahara Desert is advancing because the sub-Saharan peoples are stripping the edge of the desert of vegetation for cooking fuel. What if we go to these people and say, we're going to give you all the kerosene you want free of charge on the condition you work with us to replant the Sahara Desert? How quickly could that be done? 25 to 30 years. And if we were to replant the Sahara Desert, it would now provide grain and an income source for those African nations, and it would soak up huge quantities of greenhouse gases. Everybody wins. I also have a section there how if we were to restore the whale population to what it was before the whaling industry began to decimate the whale populations, it would restore the fish stocks of the world's oceans, which means we could reap more fish from the world's oceans. At the same time, it would soak up huge quantities of greenhouse gases because we now know the whales are the #1 factor for fertilizing the phytoplankton in the world's oceans. And that's the #1 cause for pulling greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere. There's several more examples you'll see in my book, but the whole point is this is something every Republican's going to vote for. It's something every Democrat will vote for. We can take the politics completely out of the equation.
Just quickly now, I have friends that are Christians that believe in a young earth. I think I did it one time, a long time ago in my Christian journey. And I just wondered what your most effective approach to them in grace and truth in helping them maybe get out of that or see a different perspective
Yeah, I understand.
on
that. And there's a book that just came out, 4 Views on Creation, Evolution, and Intelligent Design. And it's the president of Answers in Genesis, Young Earth, president of BioLogos, Evolutionary Creationism, Steve Meyer with the Discovery Institute, and myself. So you can actually see the 4 different views engaging one another. And I've debated Young Earth creationists multiple times. You can watch some of the debates free of charge on YouTube. They're on our website at reasons.org, and others you can purchase. And we've had several of these debates evaluated by neutral panels, so you can read their evaluations by both theologians and scientists. All that's available. I've written a book called A Matter of Days, where I try to suggest how we can resolve this. But the thing I've noticed is when I'm engaging young earth creationists, only talk the Bible. Don't mention any science. Because kind of a generalization is they're suspicious of the book of nature, but they highly respect the book of Scripture. However, what I've noticed with my young earth colleagues, they tend to focus on a few texts or chapters. And so what I try to do is engage them by saying, let's look at the entirety of what the Bible's got to say. And it's important to realize, too, the global flood theory gave birth to young earth creationism. It's not the other way around. And so typically you've got to deal with the flood issue as well as with the young earth issue. But it's simply taking them through the 66 books of the Bible. To give you an example, most young earth creationists I've engaged, including their leading theologians, think the flood content is limited to Genesis 6, 7, and 8. And so I share with them, no, it's not just those 3 chapters. It's also addressed in 3 of the Psalms. It's addressed in the book of Job. It's addressed in Proverbs. And then you've got 2 Peter chapter 2 and 2 Peter chapter 3. And there are other isolated texts. And so simply just taking through the whole sweep of those texts. And when you recognize, for example, is that the Bible actually rules out a global flood. Now, it sustains a universal flood, a flood that wipes out all of humanity except for those on board the ark, and all the soulish animals associated with humanity except for those on board the ark. But there's actually explicit texts that tell us that it was limited to the world of the ungodly. I give an example. Psalm 104 takes you back to the miracle of creation day 3, when God transforms the world, earth from a water world to where he got oceans and continents. That's verses 7 and 8, where it talks about God establishing these continental landmasses and how these continents are now barriers to the oceans. But what it says in verse 9, never again will water cover the whole face of the earth. You find that repeated 4 more times in the poetic books. But something I found interesting when I've been debating, say, Ken Ham and Terry Mortensen, they'll say, well, the narrative trumps the poetic books. And I'm saying, well, you can't discount Psalms and Job and Proverbs just because it doesn't agree with your interpretation. All of these books of the Bible are equally inspired, authoritative, and inerrant. And moreover, I can understand how English poetry may not be as strong of a tool as prose for didactic teaching, but it's quite different with Hebrew. And one good example of that, the most specific and detailed and comprehensive teaching on the doctrine of the Trinity is in the poetry of Isaiah. Not the prose text, but the poetry of Isaiah. And so that's been kind of my biggest challenge, is persuading my young earth friends to give equal weight to all the books of the Bible, and not just to take the Bible literally, but to take it literally and consistently. Yeah, but if I just stick to the Bible, I make good progress.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for coming, and I'm going to ask Hugh if you might take one more question, and as the questioner, holder of the microphone, I'll ask it. And that's the little statement there on the graphs. We saw these big, huge differences in temperature swings, and in the last 9,000 years, very temperature stable. Could you comment on what would be kind of the expectations for how much longer that might last and how short that time could actually be?
Good question. I meant to address that, but I skipped it. But I'll address it right now. We've had 9,000 years of extreme temperature stability for our planet. As an astronomer, I can tell you, looking at the variations in the cycle of Earth's orbit, that will soon come to an end. We know, for example, we're moving towards a period where the ellipticity of the planet is going to shrink. And when it does, that's going to cool the planet. Likewise, we can see the tilt of the rotation axis is moving towards cooling the planet. So it's simply a matter of time before we go into the next ice age. Now, what I do in chapter 15 of the book is calculate when that's going to happen. And it could happen in as little as 100 years. But it could be extended out to a maximum of 1,400 years. You say, can't you give us a more accurate number than that? Not really. That's kind of where our data is stuck. So we know we got another 100 years of climate stability left, but we may have as much as 1,400 years. Now, as a Christian, that kind of tells me that we're going to see the fulfillment of the Great Commission before that cycle comes to an end. I mean, that you see in the end of the book of Matthew, where Jesus says to his disciples, take the good news of salvation to all the people groups of the world, make disciples of every people group. And so the fulfillment of the Great Commission, I think, is dependent on this extreme climate stability. So this extreme climate stability will remain in place until this commission is fulfilled, till the full number of human beings will be redeemed, has been redeemed. Now, if you go to chapter 16 of the book, I actually give you a table indicating how close we are to seeing the full number of human beings that God intends to redeem, in fact, being redeemed. It's material I borrowed from a friend who's now deceased, Ralph Winter of the U.S. Center for World Missions. And while he was alive, he would actually calculate the ratio of people who would identify themselves as non-Christians. In other words, just survey people. Do you consider yourself a Christian? No. He says, I call those people non-Christians. And then he would actually only count as what he called Great Commission Christians, Christians who don't only call themselves Christians, but they're visibly involved in bringing people to faith in Christ or raising financial resources to make it possible for other people to come to Christ. They're active in their Christian community. Now, that's less than the total number of Christians. But he says no one is going to dispute that these people really are Christians. And no one's going to dispute that somebody who says they're not a Christian really is not a Christian. He compares those two numbers over the last 2,000 years and shows that the ratio of non-Christians to these Great Commission Christians has been shrinking. And today that ratio is below 5-1. So basically making a point, we're within range of seeing the fulfillment of the Great Commission. And just before he died, he gave lectures and wrote papers to the effect that evangelical Christians today have the financial resources, the technology, and the people to fulfill the Great Commission in 5 years or less. All we lack is the motivation. So we don't need those 100 years. We can get it done faster. In fact, what I preach in my church is this. We're not to wait for the return of the Lord. The Lord is waiting for us to complete the task. And the moment we complete the task, he's coming back. But that's kind of why, see, I'm premillennial in my theology, so I'm going to need an extra 1,000 years. So I tell people, even if you're going to go for 1,400 years, if you're premillennial, you got to take 1,000 years off because we got Christ reigning in what appears to be a period of extreme climate stability. So in that sense, I'm optimistic, but I'm also optimistic. I think we can get the Great Commission fulfilled literally within years. It doesn't have to be decades. And my motivation for writing Improbable Planet was to motivate believers. Let's make it happen. Because the new creation is a whole lot better than what we experienced during this period of extreme climate stability. I mean, I'm thrilled that God has us here at the most beautiful time in the entire history of the earth. But God has promised us something way more beautiful than that canyon I showed you or any of the other remarkable scenery that exists here on planet Earth. And it's like, I can't wait. Let's make it happen. And hopefully you'll join me in making it happen quickly rather than taking our time. Thank you.